Hey, hey, hey. I am going to give it a couple of minutes so we can get everybody in. We're going to go over the rules. I have a special guest today, and I can't wait for you guys to see this interview. I'm too excited. I'm overly excited. I made sure that I was so fresh and so clean, and that I had a good night's sleep last night. Didn't want to be tired, cranky, or any of that. Y'all know how I like to do. I like to start off the show with some good music. So I'm going to play my favorite song. One of my favorite songs, anyway. We are. How's everybody? We're going to give it a few minutes. I'm going to play another song for you guys. What's up, my good people? How y'all doing today? It's a hot one out here in Texas. So I have a special guest for you guys today. But until they get on, we're going to talk about some things. How about you guys know we have that upcoming eclipses, one on the 7th, one on the 21st. And the other day, a webpage, two different ones actually. I saw the one where they posted where you can catch the eclipse and where everybody can add information about if they're doing a party. Not sure what happened there, but okay. I guess we're good to go now. We'll find out in a minute. So someone sent a clip showing that places where you could see the eclipse, and meetups that are going to be happening over those time periods of the clip. Everybody's going to try to catch this event. Make sure that we record it. But on top of that, we found another clip that showed cloud coverage for that day, and it says historical cloud coverage on the day of the eclipse, and it's like totally cloudy, totally clouded through the whole entire area that this eclipse is going to occur. And I think it's kind of ironic that they would have something like this associated as this, because they know more than ever that people are going to be watching this eclipse and recording it in their own way. And it just seems to me like a big setup. Now, on traveling, unless it was somewhere close, but it's not going to be happening really in my area. It's not supposed to be going in that direction. It's supposed to be along a different path, you know, Tennessee area, California, you know, making the arc across the United States. And only specific states are going to get the full eclipse, and in some areas, partials, etc., etc. And I was thinking, you know, in the US, no matter what time zone you live in, you can catch the moon and the stars at night in length. And so what does that have to do with any bearing on who gets to see the eclipse and at what angle? Way that we should all be able to see it at the same time. At night in different countries, different areas, we can all look up and see the, we can all look up and see the same stars. How is it that they're going to cover it up with clouds? I mean, they just know that innately there's going to be cloud coverage that day. It just so happens, you know, they've only been tracking this for X amount of years, and what makes the eclipses any different? The only thing that makes the eclipses any different this time is the fact that so many more flat earthers and people who are awakening to that truth will be watching this event. Because number one, it's set to prove that they're lying to us about where we live, because it doesn't make any sense how the eclipse is said to occur, and we're setting out to prove this. You know, the thing about flat earthers are we're very crafty, we're very skilled in our own ways, and we are relentless when it comes to sharing and documenting the truth of the matter. That is one thing they can't plan for, haven't planned for, and won't be able to curtail once it gets underway. So basically the cat is out of the bag when it comes to these eclipses and how many people it has the power to change and to awaken and to share this truth with. Now, if you're on that path, I would encourage you, please, please, please share any information, any documentation of the eclipse with as many people as you possibly can share it with. We want to try to do this because not only is it going to help us to spread the truth and awaken other people, but we can use it for mapping purposes as well to help us get a more accurate map of where we live. And why I say this is because you can triangulate locations based off of where other individuals are and how many people actually see the eclipse. Now, they say that we're not going to be able to see the eclipse in certain areas. So we know that if we do see the eclipse, like where I'm at, which is in Texas, towards the middle region, then we know, number one, well, we know that they're liars, but that they have lied about the eclipse. And they've also revealed that they are, you know, pathological, habitual liars when it comes to science and sharing information. This will just confirm for us not only the truth of the matter to so many people that we've been saying about our local sun and moon and stars. It will reinforce the things that we know to be true, because flat earthers don't work from a sense of believing. We move beyond that point, and it's okay to have beliefs, but the thing is moving beyond beliefs into the truth and knowingness. We don't want to stay in a state of believing something is true and stand by that. And from time to time, that be in a point where we're wrong. That's something that flat earthers have in common, because we don't have all the answers, and so we don't mind sharing our knowledge and our truth, and we don't mind being corrected. Now, I find, on the other hand, when it comes to the establishment, and when I say establishment, I'm talking about the matrix and its governing body and its core. There's make up about less than 0.1% of society at this point, and we want to grow those numbers. But the powers that be seem to think that they possess all the power and we have none. In this is just the furthest thing from the truth. We're definitely not going to be like them whatsoever. I've been in several discussions and had a range of conversations with people across the community as of late. And I've been studying things, topics, and situations that pertain to the Flat Earth movement. And I call it a movement because anything that's standing still is stagnant and is dead, essentially. You always want to be moving forward into a path of growth, understanding, and expansion. And so with this movement, we want to be constantly growing. We want to spread this knowledge till it reaches a capacity that change comes about socially from the truth. Truth is more powerful than any other truth that I've experienced so far, just because it has an opportunity to unite all, to give us back the power that has been lost, that was taken from each and every last one of us before we were born. And it's going to take us collectively deciding what direction we do want to go in. Essentially, we can't all be screaming about the flat earth truth with no action in behind it. Now, I'm not trying to say that we need to be telling others what to do in the community. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying is that we need to decide as a community how we want to move forward and what is the best way to present this to other individuals, other nations, other countries, and other governments. Because it's important for our voice not to be overshadowed by any one person in the movement whatsoever. I've heard of late of a lot of conversations about individuals who, you know, have set themselves up to be the go-to person in our community. And it's just not the case. Because let me tell you why. If you are not in community with the entire community and you don't see the benefit of that, how can you then become a voice for that community? When you talk about community, we're talking about communing. You know, that's the root word of community, is to commune with individuals. And that is coming together on all different levels, whether it's eating a meal, the meeting of the minds, meeting of the spirits, and it's humanism at its finest, at its basic rate, you know. And you cannot profess to say that you are for the community and set yourself up as a voice for the community when you don't engage all of the community. Everybody has something to offer in the community. And so I feel as though if we don't start to define that community, what we stand for, what our core beliefs are, and where we're moving, that someone will define it for us and it will not be right. And we want to avoid this at all costs. We know that we've seen from the past that movements have gone awry, been killed from the inside out, or by people infiltrating it and pretending to be key figures in the movement who really don't have the movement's best interest at heart and destroy what it is we stand for. So we want people with integrity to be the face of that movement. And it doesn't have to be just one person. It can be many different people, because that's what makes up a community. You can't say or think that you have a community when you're not in community with those individuals who are a part of that community. It's individual. As of late, I've gotten introduced to many aspects and many individuals in the community. And they all have something to give, and they all have a usefulness in the community. What I don't entertain is individuals or movements within the community that have no benefit to the overall community itself. This community is basically self-governing. And why I say it's self-governing is because we've already had the precedents for what good governing bodies do. They listen to the people, they work for the people, they are the people. They respond to the people, and they set whatever precedents it is for governing that community based off of the basic human rights of humanity. Not like the rights that these governments have now that we're under. But in order to start our community, we're going to have to lay down some type of foundation, whether it be solid or loose, incorporates us living within the countries and the states that we currently live in. And in order to do that, working behind the scene as well as promoting and bringing this information to the people. I've talked for some time now about Ubuntu contributionism, and the more people I talk to, the more people I realize are unaware about what Ubuntu contributionism is. They cannot fathom or think or see a world without money. And in order to start to understand that, you need to educate yourself on what Ubuntu contributionism is. You know, there's a free PDF on the book that was written, and you should download that and educate yourself on that and take the time. I mean, it's not hard to do these things. We need to be doing these things if we say that we want to have a different future for ourselves. Nobody has all the answers, but I think Ubuntu contributionism is a great start for a transition away from the current system that we're in. Today I heard someone say, well, they can't imagine a world without money. They can't imagine people wanting to live in a society that self-governs itself and doesn't deal in money, using money as its currency for being able to live and have people, you know, not slaves. I mean, everybody in the flat earth community should really be considering what this truth is to them, as well as how they want to move forward. We can't just stop with the flat earth truth, okay? That would be a travesty, because it's why the truth is important to all of us, even though it may not be known or understood to other individuals who are asleep in the matrix. What is the point of having a truth if you can't live under it? You need to ask yourself that question, because I'll tell you why. Not only will it be asked by those who come after us, but it's being asked now by those who are the movement and considering to come into the movement. If you just say, okay, the earth is flat, and you want to run around and tell everybody the earth is flat, hey, no problem. But of doing that if there's no action in behind it. In other words, what does the flat earth movement mean to you for the generations to come? Because if you're not looking to live in truth, then this truth really doesn't mean anything and can't do anything for you at this point in your life. The best thing that a person like that can do is get out of the way and let people who actually want to do something work on this. It's going to take all levels of people coming together, putting our differences aside, all kinds of differences that we have, and coming together to figure this thing out. Because if we all say that we don't like the way that we're being governed, then we need to do and make changes that impact the future. We live in the here and now. So in a sense, there is no future, because the future is right now, and the past is the better now. When I'm talking about there not being a future, take that into totality. If there is no future, and that all we have is now, we need to be bettering now for those to come, because there won't be a future now for those generations if we don't do what it takes to set them free. We're already slaves. We're already living in hell, essentially. Maybe not burning in hell, because we don't see the flames immediately. The smoke alarms are turned off. The alarm buttons don't work anymore. So we're in hell, and we don't even know we're in hell. The house is burnt down around us, and it's still burning down around the country. And nobody's moving or making any moves because they don't realize that there's a damn fire in each and every one of us. But I feel like some people's fire has went out when it comes to this truth and this movement. I feel like some people's fire hasn't been lit. They don't see a way forward. Whereas I see a way forward. I know there's a way forward because there's a thing that's inside you that tells you when you're on the right path, when you're thinking properly, when you're speaking properly, and when you know things properly. It lets you know. It's a vibration. It's a certain sound. It's a certain tempo. It's the rhythm of your life. And before Flat Earth, yeah, I was knowledgeable about a lot of things. I almost got led down the wrong path when I joined the conscious community. And it was one of disgust for my fellow man, for certain people, certain races, and certain sectors in life. And it was very hard to live that way. I was looking for a way to get out of that. I was wanting to walk away from that and have peace. And I wanted to really run away, to tell you the truth. But I didn't know how to without further. So when truth came, it was like, damn, that's it. I didn't have to worry about disliking other people for what they had done, because then I realized they were on the same level as I was. They were duped, essentially, since birth. And even though I had known about the matrix, I only knew the matrix that was set up for me. And so I was working within that matrix to try to make changes that I thought would help melanated people. But in the flat earth truth, I realized, was I set apart to help melanated people, but essentially all people, specific people, because there is no chosen one. There is no chosen group of people. That was all an illusion. And as soon as those walls came down, it was easier for me to reset my mindset to the right mindset, to be inclusive instead of segregative, to be supportive instead of subjective to other things that had nothing to do with truth, you know. And now that truth is coming into fruition, it's just like, okay, what steps do I need to take to further, to take it to the next, which is to make this truth reality for my neighbors, reality for my friends and my family, and for my future friends and family to come, for my children's children. So it's in a sense like setting a legacy. And so what will be our legacy in the Flat Earth family, in our community? How will this affect those that are to come after us? It is an important question that each individual must ask themselves and answer ultimately, and then make moves to support what it is that you believe and know to be true. Otherwise, why are you a part of the movement in the first place? Only you have the answer to those questions. But it is questions that you should be asking yourself. Generally, I start off my shows asking individuals how they found out that the earth was flat, and how they have been affected by this truth, and how many people have they shared this truth with. And I think that it's a question that should be on your mind, and something that you should be trying to think about, not only for you, but the sake of those around you. So in your own way, in spreading this truth, you're helping to change the future now for everyone around you. And it's one of the most selfless things that you could possibly do, is to, in your own way, wake someone up next to you. Because I'm telling you, they have no idea that they're even asleep. They have no idea that there is a matrix. And it's really sad that a lot of people end up dying never knowing the truth. And they say sometimes that ignorance is bliss. But if you think about the life that they could have lived versus the life that they lived, you really get the whole picture of what it is that we're fighting for. We have this truth because we chose to wake up, because we listened to that voice inside of us that said, hey, wake up. The life that you've been living has not been your own. The life that you've been living is one that they've set up for you. The life that you've been living has been stolen from everybody that came before you and is to come, unless you do something about it. We can do something about it. I will refuse to listen to individuals who say that we have no power, that have stopped with just themselves in spreading the truth and sharing it and making an impact on others' lives. I think that people feed other people, and they feed off their energy. And so if you have a positive energy, people tend to gravitate towards you. It's like the law of attraction. It's the law of nature. There's lots of natural laws, so get familiar with them. They really do ring true with growth and living and sharing knowledge and expression of self. How you tap into those things is by listening to that inner voice that says to you things that resonate with you, things that make you happy, things that make you feel good, things that keep you away from things that may hurt you or harm you or bother you. It's like the fight or flight syndrome. That is an actual thing, and it's something that we have to start to get back in touch with. We've had a disconnection from reality that we didn't bring upon ourselves. It was brought upon us before we were born. Getting back into that connection is not necessarily easy, because you have a little thing called cognitive dissonance. It's where the thing that you believe is in complete opposition to a truth that you now know. And so you want to believe as you believed before, but you have all these things that flies in the face of what you believe, showing you that what you believe is a fault, is untrue, and has no basis in reality whatsoever. And so people get cognitive dissonance because whatever they believe is not in line with the truth. And so you can do one of two things. You can stay in the matrix with your cognitive dissonance, or you can choose to exit it and live in truth. But we have a lot of individuals who are what I call purple pillars. Purple pillars are people who have cognitive dissonance. They know the truth, yet choose to stay with their belief, even though it's contradictory to truth, to life itself. Purple pillars are people who make a conscious decision to go with or to deny those truths. Sort of like, you know, tuck it away under a bed. And there has to be some point where you decide that you're not going to be a purple pill. If you've ever seen the movie The Matrix, this is a perfect example. It's when Morpheus is sitting with Neo and he's explaining to him about the Matrix. And at the end of this explanation, he tells him, you have a choice. He gives his choice to him. You can either take the red pill and stay in reality, or you can take the blue or green pill and go back to fairyland. But he only had those two choices. And so purple pillars mix the truth and the lie. Whereas either you're a Neo or you're like that little worm dude who decided that he wanted to stay in the Matrix and he killed half of the team who was working to fight to release everybody from the Matrix so that they could too also have that choice of what they wanted their life to be. A lot of room for purple pillars. Either you want to live in the truth or you don't. And you can deny it, or you can say, nah, that doesn't resonate with me, and brush it under the rug. But there is a reality to this, people. There is a matrix. And it's a matrix designed for your mind, just like that series says. It's a trap. It's enslavement at its finest. And it happens before you're even born, before you're even a thought. It's set for every one of us. So don't feel bad. Don't feel duped. There's nothing you could have done about it to change it. But there is, now that you're awake. Now that you're awake, you can change the future. The future now as it exists. Every person has this ability. Everybody has this opportunity, and you don't have to be a purple pillar. If there's something that you don't understand, talk to us. If there's something that is in conflict with the truth, you need to resolve that within yourself, because ultimately it's the truth that wins out. It's the truth that rings with people and resonates and will win. It may be that your connection is not as strong as everybody else's. It may be that you don't vibrate at the level that you need to receive the truth. There's things that you can do to remedy that. But we have to, as a community, take those steps. For me, setting things right. It's about laying a new foundation that we can live on, others in to also live free. See, we do have options. It's if you're willing to fight for those options, if you're willing to fight for the truth, to live in the truth. For me, Ubuntu contributionism is not a catchphrase. It's a community of individuals who've consciously decided to live in the truth of the here and now. And there's steps to take that need to be taken to get. And I'm definitely taking those steps and definitely doing what needs to be done, that work. Y'all come on and join me. We need more people that are willing to do the work that needs to be done, and not to be afraid, and not to be worried about the powers that be, what they may do. Because I tell you, they have been planning and implementing those plans for years. I'm pretty sure that they had a plan for us long before we even realized it. So I'm not worried about them. I'm not focused on them. What I am focused on is us as a community, and what we should all be trying to do to help others awaken. And we can't just wake them up and just say, hey, the earth is flat. You know, no, we need to go beyond that. We need to be like, hey, the earth is flat and there's a community. Would you like to be a part of that community and come and live in peace, in freedom? No longer a wage slave, no longer, you know, with wasted talents and dreams, teaching our children to do the same thing that we did. Not going to do it. There's just no way that I would subject any more innocent lives to what we've been subjected to. We have the opportunity and the power to make a difference and a change. And I say, let's do it. Let's make that change, and let's teach others how to make that change. Let's see if my guest has come on yet. So I'm been researching and been studying as of late many different things about Ubuntu contributionism, as well as starting a community. And that community that I want us to start is basic. It's simple. It's with the greatest of ease. I'm not talking about living so primitively that we don't have in the age where they first learned about fire. No, I'm not talking about living like when you go to camp out, you know. I'm not talking about that at all. Why would we want to go backwards? And I hear this a lot from people. Oh, you just want to live like a hermit or out in, you know, the middle of nowhere where they don't have electricity and toilets. No, that's not the ideal of Ubuntu contributionism at all. Why would we go backwards when we've already done the work? Why can't we just benefit from the incorporating what we already know with in the heart of Ubuntu, which is self-governing and for the people. In other words, we're not going to, go back to being so primitive that we, are living like poor people. There's, many different avenues for providing free power, free water, free solar, and housing to everybody. It's an inalienable right, really, because you don't, no one is asked to be born. No one asked to be here, and no one gives their birthrights away at birth without knowing. It's just, that just doesn't make any sense. We have to think differently than we've ever done before. So you have to renew your mind, start fresh. Learn about the spirit of what Ubuntu is. There's great peace and great wisdom in it. And building a community like the one that I'm hoping that we're to build is easy because all the blueprints have been built for us. I've been in some groups and some talks privately lately, and they've already made a bunch of mistakes and things like that. So I've learned from those things, and I'm still learning from those things. So, I've seen a lot of, what do you call it? Demonstrations of different things that we can implement with Ubuntu contributionism. And it's totally going to be for the people, by the people. In other words, no matter where you go with Ubuntu contributionism and Ubuntu's communities, it's the same wherever you go. It just may be a different flavor. Everybody has differences in life, different cultures. So Ubuntu is a cultural way of living, a way of life. You take the best of all of us, every community, every person, every tribe, every culture, and that's what will make up the community. And it's thing about who they are to live in the community. You bring all that stuff with you. So no one has to completely, tear themselves down just to be a part of the community. And if we don't like something, we just change it. The easiest thing to do this. But I know that we have to start to make steps to do that so that when the changes come, we're prepared for them, because we don't even know what these crazies is going to do at this point. Everybody's saying, oh, they're prepping us for alien invasions, and we're going to have to be worried about if they're putting stuff in our food and fluoride and X, Y, and Z. We can't plan for them. We can have a contingency plan in place that we do ourselves, so we don't have to worry about what they're doing, because what they're doing, they're always going to be doing what they're doing. But I feel like if we have this community set in place, then it can be done. Then more people will come in behind that movement and building that community all over the place. Be a centralized location. There'll be satellites all over the place, and they'll be the same everywhere you go. You won't have to worry about being stuck in one place, because essentially it'll turn into a worldwide community. So you can travel and feel free to live where you're at without to move. The difference would be that we will use the best way forward, you know, the best way to build housing to house so that every person has a home and no one is homeless, the best way to share energy, the best way to be economically and spiritually right with nature, so that we're not harming the environment or making permanent marks on the earth like we're doing now. Nobody even cares about if there are, you know, negative things happening to the planet because of the way that we currently live. And I happen to think that we do cause the earth problems, because we're not in balance with nature. You know, in other words, I don't know what damage. I just know that there is damage, because we're not taking into consideration what we're doing when we make trash, and when we're, you know, dirtying the water with oil, you know, cutting down trees that we actually need to breathe and so forth. So I know that there is damage being done by human beings towards Mother Nature. And we know as flat earthers, this is the only place that we have to live. But there may be more land potentially out there if we can ever get them to allow us to move to Antarctica and see if there is actually land, you know, beyond that ice wall, which I happen to think there is land beyond that ice wall. And so as far as we know, this is all we have. We're destroying ourselves. So now what do we do? You know, if this is the only place that we have, then we need to be taking better care of where we live. And what better way to do that than to make changes that mirror what it is we're about. So that we can hand our children a better community, and to live in freedom and peace. Like, what are some of the things that make us tick? What are the things that drive us? Everybody has something about them that is unique to that person. You know, I sing a little, you know, I'm an artist at heart. I love to work with clay, but I haven't been able to do that for many, many years because of having to make money for cost of living instead of making things that edify humanity. Think of what you would rather be doing other than working a 9 to 5. Some of us work the graveyard shift or day shift or what have you. What is it that you would be doing if you had all the time in the world? In other words, your whole entire life to do what it is that you love to do. What could you contribute to your community? Essentially, that is exactly what you would be doing in an Ubuntu community. You would be sharing your gifts and your talents with the people in your community. And so life would be with purpose, a different purpose than what we have now. You would be fulfilling your purpose as a human being. If we were all meant to just be alone, then nobody would congregate. people would just naturally come together. We naturally want to be around other people. Some people, not so much. You may not like being around them. Some people are hermits. They just don't want to be around anybody. But that connection is what makes us human beings, and is what essentially drives us. I've always wanted to live in the country. I've always wanted to, you know, just be at peace and have a garden and all of those things, and pass that on to my children and my grandchildren and my great great grandchildren. But I've always wanted a companion to do that with, and I've always wanted to share whatever I grew with my community. So no one's really a hermit at heart. And in a community like Ubuntu, you get to share your talents and what it is you love. So if I like sculpting and pottery, I can create art pieces. I can create plates. I can give my time to making plates for everyone to eat off of, you know, for, you know, however many hours out of the week. And thereby, I get to live in my community free by donating, by giving my natural talents over to benefit the community. So, you know, if somebody knows how to barbecue well, I'm gonna benefit from that. If somebody knows how to play the guitar, I'm gonna benefit from that while they're sharing their gift and their natural talent. This is the way to build a community that is lasting and respects itself and governs itself, because everyone's best interest is at heart by each individual in that community. Everyone is valued by their humanness, not by their talents or their gift. That's not what's going to make this community great. It's your right and your nature as a human being. There's nothing more gracious than when you donate or give freely of yourself to better another person or community. Some people may not like it, that new way, and they may try to keep the system essentially going the same way. But that's one of the things that we're going to have to tackle and learn how to overcome. And what do we do in situations like this that are going to occur, and that's going to happen? Again, I don't have all the answers, but I know that as human beings, we can come, you know, figure all of that out. But it has to start somewhere. It has to be something that we agree on and can come to an understanding and implement. So once people see us doing this, then they're not going to be afraid to come on board, because they'll get it and it'll fall into place without a problem. Another thing that I love about Ubuntu, building a community around this principle of faith, and is that it goes back to where we were at a point in time when there was no benefit other than sharing your natural gifts with humanity free of charge. You know, like Tesla, like so many others that came before him, Edison, Amelia Earhart, the Ford company. I'm not talking about who they were as people. I'm talking about their contributions, what led to those contributions. Some of them did it for profit, but those that did it just to help humanity further, to free up more time so that we could enjoy life and living, that's what what one an Ubuntu community great is the fact that we can get back to that area of discovery, an area of total purity at heart, where people did things not for profit, but for solely sharing and giving. You know, think about how much is suppressed right now in the current. Some of his Tesla's experiments and his findings and some of his ideas and inventions and things like that were stolen. They were, and still are to this day. Someone is using him. That guy from SpaceX, I think he's like worth $13 billion. He like is using that as a company in his name. And so it was suppressed from humanity because there was value in it that they could profit from. And we've lost so much time not being able to live with those ideals and experiments and contributions from individuals who had a heart just to better the lives of others, because of the monetary system and the capitalistic system that we currently live in. It's built off of distrust and dishonesty, and it only serves the elite, those who are at the top. Really and truly, there's nothing elite about them. Everything about them is less than human, less than they don't have the attributes that we possess as human beings, because they put themselves above all, and no one person is better than another person. You may have different gifts to offer, but that doesn't make anybody better than one person. And for whatever reason, they decided that they would govern us all with less than honorable intent. And this system doesn't allow for growth that isn't profit driven. And I can't think of any point since their inception that they haven't perpetuated slavery or you know, dog eats dog mentality. There hasn't been a point since their inception that they've shown us that they're worth us following or continuing on in the same system. I don't know what it's going to look like when we finally tear this system down, but I don't think that it's staying is an option at this point, because we cannot trust those powers that be. They've just done too much dirt. There's too much blood on their hands. And they'll never admit to any wrongdoing. They'll just say that, you know, it's our problem. It's our fault. Oh, we were just doing, you know, they'll just cop out on us and say, oh, you know, you can't blame us. We were just following, you know, the system and blah, 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 which is anything but the truth, you know. Like all of these families, the Rothschilds, you know, they're just leeches, really and truly. And who knows how far stretching it is. I'm not even going to get into that because I care less. I just know that in order for us to advance towards some of the things that we've actually seen in like sci-fi and whatnot, there's going to have to be no restraints put on that type of, you know, entrepreneurship and contribution to society that makes a difference to all human lives, unless we get away from the current system that we live in, which is why I'm so passionate about starting a community outside that self-governs itself. Because instead of trying to fight them and beat them at their own game, we can still beat them at their own game. We just don't play the game the same way that they do. We just remove ourselves from their little game and let them keep playing Monopoly while we develop a community outside of that, and others will see that and get on board. And then we can really get back to, you know, living life how it was meant to be, in line with Mother Nature. That is something that has been lost on the masses, is because when the first concept came to have, you know, government and whatnot, it was to take the powers away from the people and yet make them think that they had power by instilling something that they couldn't see, that they were unaware of, and they thought that they were being great patriots by, you know, paying taxes and all of this, but they had no idea that they were a part of a corporation that they never got away from. The government itself, they were, you know, doing great things by you know, breaking away from the British and whatnot, but they ended up doing us all in, because of I'd say deregulating. If you don't know about that, the corporation and the straw man and all of that, I would suggest you look into that so you can understand what it is I'm talking about, because that is really what we're trying to break away from. Everybody has a debt, and everybody's richer than they know, but you would never know that unless it was revealed to you, and that this current system you're a slave to, and that you're not free. You never own your own home. You never own your land that you live on. How can you be saying that you own something if you're paying taxes on it? Why are you paying taxes on it if it belongs to you? So you never own your own land. You never have the real deed to your house, and you're always paying taxes. Why are you being taxed? For what? Because of this current system. And the one that you don't know about, the hidden one, is the one that actually is running everything. And we need to be taking that power away from them. They've used it to be destructive towards all of humanity, and they only serve themselves. And who knows what kind of sick ideal and people they are. They just, ugh. Sad that anybody thinks that they're better than someone or over someone else, to the point where they want to silence activists such as myself and other people who are spreading the message and telling everyone about these things. They don't have faces. If I could give them faces, they'd probably all be dead right now, to be honest. But in the new community, we're not going to be worried about that, because we're going to be living in peace, living as we're meant to be, with purpose, and donating our time and our gifts to the community for the betterment of all in the community. No one person better than another person, no person higher than another person. And how it's going to govern itself, well, that's easy, because who's going to, you know, steal or rob or kill anyone when the three basic things are met, which is food, shelter, and clothing? If you have all of those things given to you, what need do you have to steal or rob or, you know, do any of those things that come along with society? If you really think about it, that is the only reason that people actually commit crime, is because they don't have the things that they need to survive as a human being, provided to them. So they will get it by any means necessary. That's what we mean by bamming. When you hear people say bamming, it means by any means necessary. So they'll do this in order to survive, you know, to feed their family or to clothe themselves or to get medications and things like this. So when you see people doing this, it's because their basic needs as a human being are not being met. And so they feel that they have no other option and do it and will do whatever it takes to make sure that they survive. You can't get along in life without eating. Okay, I'm a vegan, so I don't eat meat anymore, but I did. It's less expensive, but at the same time, I know that they make it more expensive for you to live a purer life by doing that because they still want to make money. It's all, you know, profit driven. But you know, you can't live without eating, so you have to eat. You cannot live without shelter because of the elements. So everybody needs somewhere to live, you know, and you need clothing. You need to not be running around here naked. Certainly there's people that I don't want to see that be running around with just barely anything on, and they really needs to put some clothes on because nobody wants to see all that. Okay. So you need those things to survive, and they've made it a competition. They've made it so that you have to compete for the things that you're born and that you can't help. Like, you need these things to live. You need, you know, these things to just live basically. And if you have those things provided for you, there's no reason for you to go stealing, robbing, and doing any of those things. There will be more love in the world and more time to express ourselves properly. We won't be negative towards other people because we'll be like having so much time to share love, talents. I mean, think of all the beautiful music and all of the beautiful art and things that people can partake in and do and spend so much time doing in a society that is free versus the one that we have now where you have to pay for those things. You have to pay for entertainment. When we all know naturally you want to be entertained. These are things that you're born with. You're born with a spirit of love and giving and charity and to have fun and all of those things. Life has never felt better when you're happy and you're in love and you love those around you. So this would expand. I mean, it would just be one big party all the time. You have to pay for concerts. You have to play to see people play sports. You know, I don't care what it is that you like to do in your downtime or your hobby or your entertainment, but everything has a cost to it. Well, what if it didn't have a cost to it? What if you could hear your favorite artist anytime that you get ready in an Ubuntu community? So say they're you know, performing a concert and all you have to do is, you know, travel or go see them because you already have access to that because you're a part of a community that serves itself, that's self-governed. Think about that. I would just listen to Sleeping at Last all the time. Like, I could go and just post up because it would be free to me in our community because our talents and things would be donated and we wouldn't have to worry about, you know, sacrifice $100 so I can go and buy that ticket so I can go see my favorite artist only to come back to the plantation that they built for us and have to work extra hard just to get by in life. No, this is no way to live whatsoever. So you have that. And then think about things that happen now with healthcare. Okay. Do people have to die? No, they don't. But they've made it so that people getting sick and dying is a profit. Everyone saw how Obama tried to change healthcare, and um, he tried to. We all thought that it was going to benefit everybody. We all said, "Oh, healthcare for everybody! Woo, this is great!" But they made it a law so that you had to get healthcare or you were breaking the law. None of us knew that that was going to be ultimately the plan. We just thought that we were going to have health care that was going to cover everybody, but that wasn't the case. It wasn't universal health care. It was health care that you're forced to buy, that takes more money out of your household that you can't even afford, instead of you being able to have the choice to go and, you know, only pay for when you get sick. You're now having to pay for insurance whether you want to or not, so that you can live, so that you don't get ill and things like that. And it's a law. So if you break the law, you're in trouble. So not only do you have more money coming out of your household, but you can be criminally charged, and they charge you money if you don't pay for the insurance. So how is it having to be forced to get insurance that doesn't cover anything that you have to pay for? Doesn't work. Tried it, not doing it, opted out. That's no way to live. So they had you invested in believing that this was for the good, and people voted on it. Now you have this maniac trying to get rid of that from the coverage that it did save people from. So this is all just a setup to benefit, because then even though he made it so that people had to get health insurance, good job for you. But what did the industries turn around do? The pharmaceutical companies, the doctors all raised premiums. They all made drugs cost more. You remember the incident with the EpiPen where that guy, it was only a certain amount of money, and then they doubled that to make like $600 off of these pens that people needed to survive in case they, you know, had an allergic reaction to, you know, peanuts or something, God forbid. What kind of human being does that? Then they wanted to out that guy and make it like it was a problem when they all do it. Okay, you can't just point the finger at one person and then be like, oh, that's the bad guy. The whole industry is bad. They give you things, food and whatnot, that make you ill, so that you then have to you know, go to a doctor who is legally allowed to kill you with drugs that don't even work. They just hide the symptoms of why you're really sick. They never cure anything. You end up getting killed by them. It's the same thing that you see with cancer. Those doctors are paid. Hey there, those doctors are paid to give you chemotherapy because it costs so much. They get like bonuses for how much chemo that they actually sell. So then they're killing you while you're in debt and you're trying to get better. That you're paying them to kill you, essentially. And they're going to kill you if you stay on this kind of stuff. So then you're having to buy insurance. You're paying some guy to kill you with drugs that don't work, only hide the symptoms until you're dead, for profit. So other people can profit off of you. And this is the current system that we live in, that people have signed up for, whether you know it or not. When we govern ourselves and have a community that's based on the well-being of every human being, that has nothing to do with profit, think of the strides and the cures and the things that can come along with that. When it's not profit driven, it's for the benefit of all. when we don't have money in the way of cures, because that's another thing that they do. That's another game that they have. They sit up there and they say, oh, it's breast cancer awareness month. Oh, it's, you know, AIDS awareness month. Oh, it's this disease you've never heard of awareness month. Oh, you know, here's the breast cancer awareness run. Oh, wear these pink bracelets and all of that. With all of the money that they took in, they should have been all of that is to keep siphoning money from the people, to keep people in line and keep giving them hope that there is an opportunity. And it does not work. Profit driven does not have at heart. It is time for people to wake up and see this system for what it is and move away from it. Think of the things that we can cure with just being. That's one of the reasons why I became a vegan, because I realized that my diet was not one that was benefiting my body. And if I wanted to stay healthy and youthful and live a longer life, I was going to have to change my diet, because at a certain age, why am I doing this? You know, if it says that it can kill me, why should I keep doing it? Is the point to die, or is the point to live? The point is to live. If we have a society that bases healthcare off of the well-being of all, then we would not see the type of diseases and the things that we've seen. That away from this system. So then we're living healthy, we're entertained properly, we have all three needs being met: food, shelter, and clothing. Crime would just about dissipate. It would disappear off of the face of the earth overnight. Literally. I'm not even kidding. If you really sit back and think about it. The only two things that we would have to figure out and work out would be these two things. What to do with individuals who were born and weren't right, okay? They are missing something chemically or are off balance, that murder people just for the hell of it, because they're messed up. So we would have to decide how to deal with individuals that aren't necessarily right, weren't born right. I'm not sure I'm saying that right, but they don't benefit humanity because they're a danger to humanity themselves. And also, the other thing is that those who, not just them, because there's a lot of to deal with when you talk about that, because there's people that you know, are pedophiles and people that have mental illness. That I'm not talking about those who, you know, with Down syndrome and things like that. I'm talking about people who are sick mentally, like they prey on people, children, and things like that. We definitely would have to decide what to do with that. That would be one of the issues that we would need to resolve and probably have what do you call them, tribal leaders, or not leaders, elders in the community that would govern such type of things. And murderers, people who murdered, definitely those are the two things, people who harm and people who murder, that we would have to figure out what to do with these type of individuals in a new society. And the third one is religious individuals who are radicals, who want to convert everybody to their religion because they think their God is the only God that needs to be worshiped, and death to infidels. No. We do need to decide what to do with those three type of people: the mentally ill, the people who prey on society, and the religious types, because those are things that we definitely are going to have to decide how to handle at best, because not everybody believes the same. And in Ubuntu community, you're free to believe what you will, as long as you're not imposing it on anybody who does not want it. So I think the religious thing would be quickly got into check. If everybody who wants to live and believe as, you know, a Christian, a Muslim, Hindu, Buddhism, Confucianism, atheism, if that's what they want to do, let them have at it. Nobody will be arguing over any of those things. We would have to decide to what to do with those who don't want to do that, you know, because ultimately we can't allow individuals to mess up a new society that governs itself with radical religious beliefs. And you get that a lot nowadays. You see this happening all over the world. It's one of the biggest contentions for humanity that there is, the right to believe spiritually what you want to believe. And those who have that in check versus those who don't have that in check. And they're the ones who are causing so many issues right now amongst their own people. They won't allow to believe. They want everybody to believe the same thing. Well, if everybody believes the same thing, they would have no reason to argue with anyone. If you take that away from them, you know, what else do they have to fight for? They have to, you know, try to push on someone. Nothing. So we would definitely have to decide on those three things. The other things I think are easy, you know. So those are the only things that I really think about with the new community, how that's going to work. And, you know, those are things that we can figure out together, because like I said, no one person has the answer. I have some ideals about how I think that could possibly work. But again, we won't know until we start to implement these things and put them into action. I just want to give a shout out to everybody that is joining here, and you know, shout out to Dread and Luna and Psychic Warrior, Danielle, Miranda, Shirley, The Flat Out Truth. Hello to Irene, been a minute. Mind Frame, John Brown, what's up? Hello to Copaesthetic and D's Not Bryant. Thank you guys all for tuning in. I really appreciate it. I have been waiting on my special guests to come in. They're not here as of yet. I'm giving the link out, so I'm just going to continue to talk about this until they come. If you want to join me in this discussion, a link in the back chat so that you guys can join me here on the panel. So yeah, so I was saying, you know, those are things that can be resolved as we go along. I love you too. um, Oh, I'm definitely going to ask him that, Miller. It's one of my questions. When I do my interviews, I have a list generally that I go by. And so like I have it's like a whole page and a quarter of questions that I actually have for him. You know, I've been planning this for a week or so now to speak with him, and can't wait to get him on and pick his brain about all of these things. One second while I get the link out, you guys. Okay. All right. I put the link in the back chat for the regular panelists. So if you click that link, you'll be able to join me here. Yeah. I have lots of questions for Dread. So I can't wait for him to get on. I know I can be a little long-winded, but you know, I just have a heart and a mind to see all people free and be able to live their lives how they feel that they need to live their lives. Because I don't think anybody is living their life to the best of their ability at this point because of what's been happening and what's going on. Hey guys, how are you?
Good, good. What's going on with you today, Miss Sassy?
Oh, nothing. Just waiting for my special guest to come on.
Hola,
um,
buenos, nacho cheese. Yeah, who's the special guest?
have you guys been listening the whole time, or you just came in?
Well,
I came.
I just came in, but it was froze up on YouTube. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, it was.
Really? Is it? Is it really? Is it still froze up now or no?
It was kind of in and out for me, but I missed like maybe the first 25 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. It did cut out and then came back on, but I don't know. What's up, Arwen? So yeah, I've been talking about Ubuntu contributionism and building a community around that. And I was speaking on the fact that I think that we should start to look at what it is that we're doing with the flat earth truth and how we want to move forward with it, because it's not enough just to know the truth, but what are we doing to further that, and how do we see ourselves in the future if we don't plan on doing something with the truth itself. So I've been talking about that a lot, and sharing my ideals and experience so far with, you know, what I think is going to occur when we do decide to actually make those moves. And I think that we're going to have to do some infiltration of the current system to actually get done what we need to get done. You know, I've been in some private discussions here of late with individuals about steps that you can take to make that community happen here in the US, because essentially it will require us not being participants in the government, its monetary system, pretty much everything basically, and having a sovereign land inside of the US. The things that I've been learning are quite difficult, because it seems that you need to know international law and a lot of other things to be able to pull this off. And so I'm trying to get in touch with the right people that have already done a lot of those steps, so that it is something that is easy for us to transition into, and not difficult. And it's doable. It's definitely something that is doable at this point. Before they try to put a stop to this movement, we definitely should, you know, get on board with it and figure out how many people actually want to do something, you know, with the truth, not just shout it out to the masses.
Well, I honestly agree with you, but you know that element of selfishness kicks in, and the Ubuntu contribution. It is. I've been looking up since that day we were having that show and y'all started talking about it. I started researching it, and it is great. It is great, and I think that's how we should live. But can we? Is the question. I know if you want to start something, I'm interested. Off the top.
I definitely am making those moves. It's definitely not just going to be enough to do a garden and then turn around and sell to make a living to do that, when it's completely the opposite of what I'm trying to do, which is be able to give away food and live freely off the land without any monetary system whatsoever. So that I'm doing a lot of research on, and finding that if we try to do it in this current system, it is definitely complicated. And honestly, I would rather see it burn down to the ground, like Kenya was saying the other day, than to try to work in the system. But we need a lot of people on this, not just me. You know, it's going to take a lot of people who are in a position to make a difference, to start to tear at the seams of this, if you know what I mean.
Well, like you know, like we talked, you know, it's the we waiting on these individual meetings, man, and you gotta really relegate responsibility to people, you know, and we down for that. You know, that's those individual conversations and assignments that you can't handle. It's not all on you. I know how you are. You probably like me. I like to put it all on my own back, but it's not all on you, man. When you need me, just you know, holler. Anybody else, I'm pretty sure we all help, but I don't want to know what the next man's doing. You know, like we said, you got to delegate responsibility.
That is true. But somebody said the other day, you can't let one hand know what the other hand is doing, or else it'll tell on itself, basically. So, you know, you've looked into it. What do you see as maybe problems or issues with that's implementing that system?
The individual, only the people is the ones who can handle the system, because we got to be unselfish and we got to be able to share. You know, very unselfish. You know that system is something where everybody looks out for everybody, and everybody has long as everybody is producing. So, you know, then the selfishness kick in. Somebody might believe they're producing more than the next and they're not doing their jobs, you know, because everybody's not talented as the next person. So, I mean, those are things that I see coming into, you know, that's going to be issues. People not giving their fair share and other people get to complaining. That's all I can see with modern day
Mhm.
thought.
I I
Mhm.
I agree with Jerome. Like, I mean, I hate to be like the pessimist voice or whatever, but my thing is, and it's always something that I go back to literally until the consciousness as a whole, as far as the vast majority of the people, whether it's in this country or even in you know, another Ubuntu community that's developed, if people go in with the mindset that we have in today's current society, even though they may be well intentioned, if their mind isn't really right or on point, then those types of things like jealousy and whatever else may creep in because they got a talent that this one doesn't have, and then this one feels some kind of way, and then it almost kind of like, you know, it's like a cancer within. So the way that I see it, until like the consciousness elevates to a certain level, that's going to be a major issue within itself, let alone the fact that, you know, trying to get people on board, like he's saying, the selfishness of people. Like, these people nowadays are so selfish, they don't give a crap about humanity as a whole. All they're worried about is what's in my bank account or what I'm having for dinner tonight. They don't think outside of their household, you know. And that's to me, that's like the most major problem, is the consciousness as a whole. I mean, granted, we may have a small portion of people, you know, like yourself and the rest of us that are into, you know, whether it's Ubuntu or just spreading the truth, but just the vast majority of the people, they need to get rid of this sickness of the mind state that they hold on to, and that's going to be a major problem.
Yeah, that's the whole thing with Ubuntu, is that it is a way of life. It is not an institution at all. It is self-governing in the sense that it's the old elders or individuals who have that knowledge base to be able to dispense things naturally that occur with um, prejudice against any one individual, in the sense that elders are people that have lived for some time, you know, are selfless, that are for humanity as a whole. They may have some ability or talent or be specially set apart for that purpose. Kind of like, you know how that movie, gosh, Minority Report, how they had the precogs that could see or whatever, and they weren't biased or anything. They just told the story. So kind of like a witness, if you will. They need to be that type of individual, because it's not about one person being better or their talents being more, because with contributionism, it's about, okay, say like you may not have any skills as a carpenter or as an architect, but you can donate your time, let's say at a hospital, working in the NICU, getting them things that they need, being supportive of doctors, or you know, helping at a bakery or something like that. So you don't necessarily have to have a certain type of skill. That's why donating your time or your gift or your skill is the basis for how you receive what you need out of the community. And no one person is better than one person, because if you donate your time, say maybe 3 times out of the week, you work at, you know, picking up trash, or, you know, landscaping, or, you know, helping at a school or something like that, you automatically receive what you need. You can just go to the warehouse and say, hey, I need, you know, X, Y, and Z, you know, for my household. And they look up, oh, you've donated whatever
I
It's
agree
not
with you. I
based off of
agree.
how many hours. It's based off of, okay, you've your community this month. Go ahead and get what you need and have that provided to you. Now, for the things that entertain us, free. Who doesn't want to go and play video games all day? We can have competitions of who makes the best game, but it's free. You know, it's watching sports freely, you know, not having to pay a ticket because people want to see a good game. It's not based off of, you know, money value. And it's hard for people to get their mind around that. But once you start thinking about it, you just get happy. You just get excited. And I'm telling you, it's just like, it's like a drug in and of itself. Because, I mean, if I could just do my talent for the rest of my life, I would just do my talent 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It'd be hard to get me to go do anything except listen to Sleeping at Last, because that's my group right now.
Hey, I agree wholeheartedly. I wish everybody had that mindset. You know, like I said, if the mentality is right of the people that are entering the community, so to speak, then yes, it will be a beautiful thing. But
Very beautiful.
people's consciousness, you know, as a majority, like I said, as a majority, not as, you know, like us, we're obviously different than basically, you know, 90% of the world, more or less. And these people, they just can't bring that mentality of this old world system into that Ubuntu community. You know what I'm saying? So there definitely has to be an elevation in consciousness in order for people to leave those type of superficial ideas and reactions behind. You know what I'm saying? That's not something that could be allowed in the community.
I tell you what, brother, you're right. You know, the thing, but one thing that has to be considered, you know, men, you know, just in competition for women, you know, a man has to feel like he's better than another man or want to feel like he's better than the next man because he wants to eye that woman, you know, and I don't know how that would be accomplished. And that's true. 90% of the reason why these young men and all these men seek money and all the diamonds and the jewelry is to impress women, you know, and that's something that has to be considered. You know, man just kind of has that natural urge to want to be better than the next man so he can have what the next man can't have. And if, you know, you listen to rap music, you listen to music today, it's all she chose me and she didn't want you, you know, and that's basically what it all boils down to with animalistic instincts with the men, because, you know, just that competition for the women themselves. It's just the basic things that we believe in as people. For someone to be successful in something like the Ubuntu system, they have to really give all that up, and that's to the core of you, man. And that's just like, that's gonna be hard.
Indeed. I mean, listen, I don't know necessarily how it could be accomplished, but in my mind, there literally needs to be some sort of a grooming process before people are allowed to enter these communities, like even a psychological profile. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason why I say this is just because we as people have been subjected to the system that we live in so long. It's not even about personal choices, so to speak, anymore. It's almost like we're conditioned in a subconscious way to act a certain way that's not healthy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I said, I just keep going back to the mentality or the consciousness of people has to it has to evolve in a major way, because I just don't believe that most people, even though they would be benefiting from the community contribution idea, if they still come into that community with the mindset or just the habits or whatever you want to call it that are linked to the so-called outside the way it used to be, it's going to be an issue. It's going to be an issue. But like I said, I definitely agree with what you're saying, and the idea and the concept. I'm all for it. I wish I was like on an Ubuntu excuse me, compound right now. Uh, I'm personally somebody that I think would fit into that type of system well. as well as many others. Unfortunately, I just think that the vast majority of society today, they're just too stuck with their personal gains and their egos, at the end of the day.
Yeah, I definitely would have to be a chosen system. You would have to choose the right people, most definitely.
I have unsurmountable faith in humanity. Call me naive, but I do believe that people will rise to the occasion if given the opportunity and another avenue to live in a way that's never been done before. You know, if we really think about it, what brought us to the flat earth truth and wanting to have a better way of life and wanting that for other people? I just think the spirit of humanity is greater than we know and would rise to the occasion to, make that happen. Each one of us has the ability and the talents to do our part in that. And if you submit yourself willingly to something, you're not really submitting yourself, because you're opening yourself up to the possibility of something being greater than what you are or what you've been in the past. And underestimating people's ability and their talent to be able to do that, I think, has a lot of people apprehensive, because we've gotten so used to and conditioned on what we've seen and what we've been taught of the Matrix that it is hard to look at people in their divine way, that they are pure at heart. People that are born with genetic mutations that cause them to do things that they shouldn't. And but that's not the norm in society. That's not what we see, because at any time that there's tragedy or negative situations, people come together, they rally around. That's been proven time and time again. If you look at what happened with France and what's that place where those people got biologically attacked? Aleppo.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, people rallied around that. They had concerts and did things like that. So, the humanistic spirit is alive and well, and tapping into that, I don't think will be as hard as we think it will be, because I think people are ready for a change. I think they're ready to get rid of what doesn't work. I mean, I just think that people have to give people a chance again to prove that humanity is not a lost cause. And I happen to believe that we're not. I feel like we don't give each other enough credit as it is with things, because of look at what we've seen just with the flat earth and the flat earth truth. And so we've become hardened. Honesty and fragility and the love of people themselves. I mean, people some of them are very ugly, but having to love someone who doesn't love themselves is one of the greatest compassions that you can give to a person. And, and I think that we can do it if we try to look at people in their purest form.
Makes a lot of sense, but those people need to look at themselves in the purest form, and that's what a lot of these people don't do. I mean, listen, I agree. Like, when there's some catastrophe somewhere, people come together and they do these things. But the sick part about it is a lot of these people just do it for kudos, so they can put the shit on Facebook and stuff. It's not genuine. You know what I mean? If that's the case, listen, Ubuntu's been around for at least 10 years. And it's got some exposure. People are aware of it. How come the masses that claim that they want to live better and have better things and they want to eject from society and all this other you know, whatever, they don't take the necessary steps to you know, enter that type of community or living. They talk about it, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, they all just want to watch basketball and, you know, do the bullshit that they've been doing for the past 20 years. You know what I mean? So it's like, and like I said, I hate to be the pessimist, but I'm being real about it. This is just what I see. I mean, I say it to people all the time. Just sometimes I'm embarrassed to be human because I know we can do far better than we do and treat each other in the whole nine. And then it's like, you know, actions speak louder than words. A lot of these people, you know, say this stuff or whatever, but then they turn around and contradict themselves with the shit that they post or whatever. So it's kind of like, it's almost like people are just doing or saying things to you know, save face or to get likes and bullshit like that. It's just, I just think a lot of people lack the genuineness that's required in order to actually take the leap of faith and leave your job and you know, try to live off the land or whatever within a community that's self-sustaining. They say they want to do that, but at the end of the day, they ain't got the heart or the balls to jump in and do it. You know what I'm saying? And this is just what I see.
Well, like,
I see it every day, and it's a damn shame.
what's going on, Sass? Yo,
Hey, what's up? How are you?
what's going on, Dre? Yo, it's a good conversation, man. I feel it. I can just bring up a quick point. What you're dealing with ultimately is people who have the luxury to enjoy their internal body, okay? And when you have people who can enjoy the body, which is they're not starving, there's cleanliness, there's medicine, it's clean air, you have a nice, you know, area, you have a, you know, movie theater and such. When you have those conditions, then ultimately people are gonna get into the side of more the philosophical art of the mind of society to enjoy the fruits of the labor that our ancestors, you know, died for ultimately in America. You know, we almost stole their land, stole their resources, and just kind of said, hey, we're gonna, you know, put up shop here and enjoy the luxury of things. So when you have the rest of the world who necessarily doesn't enjoy their body, they get into a state of, you know, where they get into hysteria, religion, and all these variety of type of circumstances on a social level to really get out of their body. Like they don't want to be in their body because it's just misery, right? And I think that's what we're dealing with ultimately, is that people who are trying to escape their body, and then people who are happy with their physical stance of where they are and who they are, you know. And you know, I think that's ultimately something that's happening dramatically throughout the world. Even for the past 100 years, you know, how dramatically our body can be in a cohesive state where we don't have to do anything, right? It's kind of like we let our thoughts think themselves out. And yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to point out.
I think people are ultimately just afraid of change. I think that, I don't know how well this will work, but like even
how can you change? How can you change something in the body in which you despise?
well,
right?
me personally, I don't think it's about a physical change in the body. Everything is mental. It starts in the mind and in the heart. If the mind and the heart isn't right, the body's not going to follow in its proper manner. So,
No, I know, but you know, I understand where you're coming from, but don't like negate what I'm saying. It's what I'm saying is the obvious conclusions
no, not at all, not at all.
of ultimately, if you're in a good place and your body's safe and clean, and you have a nice head on your shoulders, and you have a nice clean concrete around you, your body's gonna not care about surviving. It's not gonna care about thinking about things outside of its own circumstance. So when I'm saying that if you have a group of individuals who can enjoy the body, which is cleanliness, medicine, all that shit, and you have another group of people who can't enjoy that, so they're left on the other side of being a human, which is they can't even enjoy thinking. They can't enjoy painting a picture, right? So that's what I mean by the dramatic attributes in the world, in let's say Europe, right? Their school system is dramatically different compared to American school system. So while we're dealing with the body, I think we have to see that the way they treated us, the way they put us in these cages and such, it's physically making our mind unable to move forward. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Like, listen, I think like people like yourself, Sassy, everybody that frequents the shows or whatever, we're all on the same page. It's not about us it's about bringing these other people on board. That's the issue. Like as it stands right now, if there's like 20,000 of us or so, we could probably get together and come up with some sort of a plan where we all, contribute X amount of dollars or whatever, blah, 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 buy a plot of land and literally create a physical community. All of us, we could probably do that. No problem. All of us are probably willing to pretty much walk away from whatever's going on in our lives right now and get that popping. But at the same time, we need to bring the masses on board. We need to have access to that mass consciousness. We need access to that mass, whether it's financial or talent pool. Without any of that, we're just pretty much isolated like we are now. We're just all in one spot. So, there's something that has to change in order to bring all of these so-called outsiders on board. And until these outsiders make the conscious decision within themselves to elevate their minds to want to be a part of this, they're never going to be on board. That's pretty much what I'm saying. Like I said, I think all of us, as we stand here right now, we could go get it popping, absolutely. But if we can't bring these other people on board, I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of like, I don't want to say it's for naught or whatever, but it's not doing humanity as a whole any good. The rest of the people that are a part of humanity or the human family need to bring themselves to a point where they're on board.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I I'm sorry, I kind of disagree with that. Just the establishment and then the reproduction and the raising of the kids into that system, and marrying into kids who believe in the same things, and it would help humanity in a whole because we would be an example, an example of what you could achieve by relying on one another and living the right way. We wouldn't have to get humanity as a whole on board, because we know a lot of these people aren't, to be honest with you, they're not on par. We would want to keep that out and breed. It's just like when you breed dogs. When you breed dogs, you want to breed in what you desire. If you want to breed a dog with a good temperament, you breed dogs with good temperament. If you want to breed dogs that are vicious, you breed vicious dogs. So same thing with humans. If we want to breed people who has the same temperament as we do in that situation, then we will have to stick within each other and don't worry about human as a whole. We just worry about what we can control.
Yeah, no,
that's my personal opinion.
I hear you, brother. But like I said, at the end of the day, they're all a part of the human family. And if you leave any human behind, you're leaving yourself behind. We're all a fragmented piece of the Most High or the Creator. His intent is for all of us to come together. So like I said, I'm positive that us, the people that frequent our chat rooms or whatever the case may be, we could definitely do that. But at the end of the day, we're still falling short if we cannot bring the rest of humanity on board. And that's what Ubuntu is about getting everybody on board to be in that mind frame where we can live in these cohesive societies that are self-sustained without all the bullshit that we deal with now. So, I mean, I agree with what you're saying 100%, but at the same time, I'm not going to feel complete as a human being if I'm leaving my brothers and sisters behind because they can't get their shit together. So at the end of the day, those people need to be on board, whether it takes 1,000 years or 1,000,000 years, whatever the case may be. Ultimately, they need to become one of the whole, the way it's supposed to be.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good, Dre?
Yes, sir.
All right, Dre. He's in the building, y'all.
Well, hey, I was gonna jump. I was take care of something, right? So I tried to jump on with my cell phone, it wouldn't let me get in.
Oh, okay.
I'm glad you're still alive because I not too long got back. So let's get it popping.
Okay. All right. Let me see. I had some intro music that I was gonna play. I don't know if I can get to it now. For my other panelists, if you could mute your mic and leave your mic muted for the interview.
Let me know if my fan's too loud. I'll turn it off.
No, I don't even hear it. Do you guys hear it?
Okay, we good.
You good?
No.
You good?
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Welcome to the panel. You've been exposed.
Hey, thanks for having me. I've been waiting on this interview for a while, you know.
No, right? Finally got in there. I'm not gonna play my intro music because I don't want it to like go dead or whatever, but yeah. I have a lot of questions for you because I've only known you for a short period of time, but the time that I've spent, getting to know you and joining your panel has been wonderful. And I've always wanted to know a lot more about you and to also get other individuals who come to my channel and as well as your viewers to know a little bit more about who you are as a person and what drives you and your passion. So I have some questions for you, and I hope you'll humor me in some of them. You can only plead the fifth on 2 of them. So after you use those 2, you can't plead the 5th, and you actually have to answer the question. Okay.
All right.
Only because I didn't give you your interview questions ahead of time. So my first question for you is
did she freeze up?
am I frozen?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you was froze for a little minute. I didn't even hear the question.
Oh, okay. So my question to you is the name You've Been Exposed. How did you come up with that?
I come up. Oh well. It took a little while. I was trying to come up with a good name for a YouTube channel, but this is actually my second You've Been Exposed channel. The first one I had got flagged down. I guess I was putting too much information out there about certain individuals, and you know how they do that copyright strike here, and it got closed down. But ultimately, the reason how I came up with the name is that it was easy, because it's always something is being exposed, and that's what really kind of drove me to coming up with You've Been Exposed. Is because that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to expose the government. I wanted to expose chemtrails. I wanted to expose like all the corruption that surrounds us every day in society. So I was like, dang, what would be a fitting name for what I'm about to do with this channel? And boom, I was like, you know what? You've been exposed. There you go. It went like hand to hand with me. So that's how I came up with that.
All right. So what was the inspiration behind it? And can we expect you to expand it as a brand? Because I would like some gear.
I mean, we got some gear now. If you go to you'vebeenexposed.com, it actually has a store, and I don't promote it as much as I probably should. I mean, I just like I say, you go to the website, it has a store there. You got shirts and bring your hats and all that, stuff that's coming, hoodies. You pretty much name it. Even for children, we got children's clothes as well. So when it comes to that, yeah, I think that'll be something I will be ultimately doing in the future, is expanding the brand. You know what I'm saying, and using it to get people more aware of what we bring it to the table. And what the first portion of the question was?
How did you come up with body bags and toe tags?
That's actually a clip from my song. I have an actual song.
So you're a musician?
Yes, I actually make music. I do my own beats and all that. I actually did that for about 16 years. So when we was doing a live stream, matter of fact, you was on the first live stream where I actually just said the word body bag toe tag, and everybody liked it. They liked the term that we use for when we body bag a globe head or something like that. And I was like, oh snap, I got a song that actually have that clip of me saying body bag toe tag. So what I did was I went to the MP3 and I edited just a smaller portion of me saying it out. And there you go. That's how that came about.
Do you mind playing that for the viewers so they can hear what we're talking about?
I could play it. The clip.
Go ahead, Dreads.
Yeah,
The body bag. But see, if I play it, I don't know if they'll hear it though.
They can hear your voice right now.
There's a way I can do it. I think the only way they can hear is if I play it through my speakers. Let me see if that'll work.
Oh, okay.
All right, hold on. Let me see will that work. Okay, there we go. Yes,
that is your signature mark that everybody loves. Like if I had a soundboard, that definitely would be added to it. It's just like a unique thing about you. I think that it resonates. No one can say body bag, toe tag without thinking about you at this. Okay, so one of the things that caught my eye about your show was your intro, and on that intro I saw that you had Mother Africa on there with the colors red, black, and white. Does it
I think you froze up again.
use that?
Yeah, you froze up again. I couldn't hear what you were saying. NASA really trying to mess with the interview today. What's going on?
Testing.
It was running good first, and now that you got on, it's just like, oh Lord, here we go.
They must be really watching me, man.
They have to, because it was running smooth this whole time. I was saying the red, black, and green Mother Africa. What does that mean to you? Has it changed, and do you feel the same way using the symbolism of that now?
Oh, always. You know, I know the history of myself and my family, and a lot of and more than I say about 80% of my family, our roots stems back actually to Africa. And the other 20 is here in the U.S., what we call the U.S. My ancestors was also Native Americans too. So when it comes to the African symbolism, I'm gonna represent my culture. Regardless of what I talk about, I'm gonna love my culture and I'm gonna hold it down for my culture. But I also love all other cultures as well. And that's something I try to teach too. There's nothing wrong with loving your culture, but it's also nothing wrong with loving other cultures and trying to understand other cultures. So yes, so when you see that, that's me, you know.
So why did you originally start your YouTube channel? And how and why did you become a flat earther?
Oh man, that's I mean, I was already fully aware of the Matrix, and I guess you could say that I wasn't all the way awake because I didn't know nothing about the flat Earth, but I was aware of the chemtrails, the fluoride. As a matter of fact, I just ran across some more information. I'll talk about that later about the water. It is actually pretty disturbing, but I ran across 200 proofs. And I think I tried to watch it maybe 3 times because I fell asleep twice trying to watch it. It was a long video, and I don't know, Eric Dubé, he just got a voice that'll put you to sleep. And I'm not taking shots at the brother, but you know, I'm more of an entertainer type guy. I'm more of a, you know, I bring it. You know, y'all see how I bring it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I like to hear my information, or at least here's a little bit of passion. But what really did it is when I tried to debunk it. I tried to debunk it because I thought it was a psyop. I thought it was BS. I was like, nah, this is crazy. There's no way people think this is real. And when I saw how many views it had, I'm like, wait, People really, that many people believe that this is real. This is crazy. So I started doing my research, started doing my homework, touching up on my glow earth model knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Make sure I get all my my dot all my I's and cross all my T's before I make the video, because I wanted to be spot on. No loopholes, you can't deny it, undeniable proof, basically. And when I started doing my my research and preparing my exposed video for Eric Dubay, I realized it was harder than I expected, because I was looking for, actual photos. There isn't any, you know what I'm saying? I started trying to figure out how rockets work in space. The information they gave us it doesn't make sense. And I'm like, Houston, we got a problem. And then the more and more I tried to expose it, the more and more I realized that we ultimately had a problem. And then that's when I really started watching like the flat earth side of things. And I ran across ODD TV, or ODD reality. And I think it was just 21 questions, I think it was called. And that was it. That was it. I just started doing my research. I said, you know what, this is the truth. And here I am.
That's what's up. Why do you care about exposing others to this truth? And what drives you to share it?
Well, honestly, it was something that my grandma told me a long time ago. I had to be no more than about 16 years old, and she passed away. She had skin cancer. She passed away, and she stayed in this little town called Cross City, Florida, and I moved up there for a little while, pretty much to be close to her, to see her by and stuff like that. But anyway, to make a long story short, it was one time she was laying in, excuse me, she was laying in bed, and she was a pastor. Her church still stands. My grandfather, he runs the church now in Cross City, Florida. And I always used to ask all these questions because, I believed in the Bible so much, because we used to go to church like 3 times a week. But she was laying in bed. She was sick at the time. She was laying in bed. And I was, she used to talk about God and, the wrath, and, the normal things that Christians usually say. And I used to ask so many questions at the time, and she used to be like, you know what, you talk too much. And then I didn't know. At first I thought she was getting at me, you know what I'm saying? But she wasn't.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, what do you mean? I don't know. She was like, no. She said you have a powerful voice, but you don't use it the right way. You don't use it. She said, because when you speak, she used to ask me, have you noticed every time you speak, everybody be quiet, they listen to what you have to say? And, I never took in consideration that this was a thing. And she was like, you have a very powerful voice. You need to use that voice instead of, don't just only ask questions. Start speaking to people, touch people, use it for good, help people with your voice. I was young. I was still at the time. I listened to what she was saying, but I was ready to go outside and play with my friends because I'm a teenager and I wanted to do that. And now as an adult, I understand what she was telling me, because even after she passed away, a lot of people told me the same thing. They're like, yo, I don't know what it is about you when you speak. You don't just speak. You don't enter their ears, man. You enter their hearts. And I still don't have the word. I can't really put it into words how I feel about it. But I decided from that point on that I'm gonna use this gift, if you will, to help others, not just to ask questions, but to get the information out there. If I could grab people when I speak, I'm gonna use that to grab as many as I possibly can and get the truth to them, so they'll know that I'm serious about this and I'm speaking from the heart. So every day when I do my podcasts, I remember what my grandma told me, and she one of the main reasons why I think I still speak with this passion. I'll never forget what she told me. So yeah, I still like to have fun and stuff like that. But if you believe in superstitions, that's fine. But me, like I say, I'm just taking the words with me. I carry the words that she told me, and yeah, that drives me every day, and I'm gonna keep on doing it. I think we froze up again.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can still hear you, Dread. Yeah, okay.
I think it went down again, but I'm not sure.
Signal's a little bit laggy.
Yeah, we got a little lag going on. I don't know what's going on.
They coming for you, bruh. And you
Apparently.
too, Sassy, because you an accomplice right now.
We connected.
Apparently so. God. That's wonderful. Okay, so who would you like to see as a guest on your show? Who would you like to debate? Because there's a lot going on in our community. And do you see competition? And if so, who would be your competition?
Me personally, I don't see anybody as competition to me. But I do think that it is going on in the Flat Earth community. There's individuals competing with one another. But me, I don't see nobody as competition. I see everybody as family. And if anything, we need to unite and do stuff like how we're doing, how we collaborate. And I don't see that a lot either. But yeah, that's something they need to stop doing. You know, look at, you know, if you're speaking the truth, just speak the truth. If you see your fellow brother or sister speaking the truth, ain't nothing wrong with giving them a shout out or having them a guest on your panel, giving them some exposure, because they're helping get the word out if that's where your heart really lies. You know, so that's what I would like to see. But when it comes to a guest, I don't know. I mean, me myself personally, I would welcome almost anybody. I would like to see Globebusters. I probably would like to have Globebusters on the panel. Globebusters, maybe Jern. I would like to have him. Mm-hmm. And as far as debating wise, I debate anybody. Neil deGrasse Tyson, where you at? You know what I'm saying? I would debate anybody. I don't pick and choose. My door is open for anybody. I'm not scared to debate nobody. As a matter of fact, we had a debate this morning, and I slaughtered him. And I'm still new to this flat earth. So you know it's real when it comes to flat earth. Newcomers are destroying globe earthers. A globe earther that's been a globe earther all his life. We got the truth on our side.
That's true. We do. Okay, so now a serious question. Conscious community is something that's a contentious among all communities. How do you see it? Are they an asset or a liability?
A liability, yeah.
We choose if we reach them in the right way.
I mean, when it comes to the fan base, we have a good chance of reaching the fans. But the individuals that's the content creators or the individuals that's considered as the teachers, we will never be able to reach them because they make a living off of what they're doing. And they're not going to change for us because some of them have a comfortable lifestyle because of the lies and the scams that they're putting upon the people. So when it comes to the fan base, maybe, you know, we can reach out to quite a few of them. But when it comes to the so-called teachers, that's a no-go. They'll never change their lifestyle for us or anybody because what they're doing, like I said, it brings in a lot of money to them. So, and, you know,
how do you view?
Now, go ahead.
How do you view making money on the Flat Earth Truth? Do you think that it should be even a topic? Is it okay? Or each person's own personal choice?
I don't even think it should be a topic, period. Me personally, I don't, when they use the term somebody's making money off flat earth, if the individual is getting information out there and people want to give them their money like I do, I actually am a patron of quite a few flat earthers. I wish somebody would come to me and tell me what I can and can't do with my money that I work for. So it shouldn't even be a conversation. But if you have individuals that's out there that's like scamming the community or, you know, doing wrong by the information, and blinding the people, and you know what I'm saying, doing wrong to the people. That's something different. I don't condone that. But ultimately, what people does with their hard-earned money is their business. I don't go inside of people's houses and go in their pocket checking people or wallet checking people. That's on them. You know, that's what you do, what you want to do. As a matter of fact, personally, if anybody got a Patreon, I'll put your link to your Patreon underneath my videos, and I'll support your Patreon to get people to go and donate to you. I don't care. Make the money. Be self-efficient. We supposed to be promoting.
And abusing it. Mm-hmm.
Right. We supposed to be promoting breaking away from the slave owners, but yet these individuals talking and telling us we need to be a slave and stay under the chains of our slave owners. No, you are a fraud with that mentality. People are out there trying to think about it. If a person can actually make a living off of putting out real information, you're supposed to support that and back that. That's one of our brothers or sisters that just broke free from the slave owner. We should, and me, if I ever get in a position where I can be able to just make videos and don't have to go out there and break my neck and have the sun just sitting on my shoulders every other day, I would do it. I would take that over that. That give me the opportunity to spend more time with my family, think about life for real. It eases a lot of stress also. But what I would do is, my number one ultimately goal would be is to show others how they can do it too. I would promote how to break away from the system, how to be self-efficient, how to make money and support your families. Be able to spend more time with your families without having to break your back every day for the rest of your life working for these people that lie, steal, and cheat. That's what you call truth.
That's right. How far do you see us reaching or going with this truth?
I think we already got very far. I mean, now you got NASA coming out saying that they believe the sun is actually bigger than what they told us. We catching them in all type of lies over and over and over again. We're pretty far now, and then I think if we continue at this rate, we're going to get pretty far, pretty dang far. It's going to get. I think this truth right here is going to ultimately destroy all matrices. I really believe that. So we're gonna get pretty far.
I believe the same thing too. I don't know if the audience, if the stream is going okay, let me know, because mine's is not catching up on my side, and if I need to switch to a different are coming through and I'm not, or if it's okay. But I'm going to continue.
A little bit.
Okay.
But you're good right now.
Let's see if I can. Let's see if I can switch over. If it'll let me switch over to another one.
Shout out to Flat Earth Teens in the building.
Yeah. Hi, young lady. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. I see you came out to support Dad. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, I went to hear his interview.
Let's see. It seems to be running okay, but get disconnected. Just click the link.
I think NASA got us under a microscope right now.
Yeah, they do, because it wasn't even doing this before you came, and I had been streaming like for 45 minutes with no problem whatsoever.
Wow, it's my fault. I'm sorry. I didn't know they was gonna watch me like this.
It's not even, believe it or not, let me break away from the other one to get on the other connection.
No.
But it's all good. Okay, so about the controversy in the community with Morgal, you know, FEA, Eric Dubai, Jeranism, and Mark Sargent. I know we talked about this before, but how do you see and feel that this helps or hurts the community? Because right now what you have is a lot of people paying attention to Flat Earth in a way that they never did before. And your platform itself, because you already have an audience together as a community to, you know, to debate, game, talk, and share ideals. And a lot of contention is going on between the bigger channels and the smaller channels. Where do you see yourself in this, with this whole, you know, debate about the controversy that's going on in the community? Should we ignore it, or should we?
Okay, my bad. I didn't hear
What
that
debate?
last.
No, lost. Right.
Hello?
I don't know. Somebody was saying something. I don't know what's going on.
You there?
Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Somebody just
I
jumped
can
in.
hear both of y'all loud and clear.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't catch what you said, Sassy.
With the drama that's going on in the community, how do you see us dealing with that? And should we address it or let it be?
I think we should just let it be. Let them sort that stuff out on their own. Because honestly, it does not but take us away from putting you know, information and the truth out there. That same time and energy could be on that. So I try to focus mainly on that and just do what I believe is right. You understand what I'm saying? So if they're having issues, you know, they need to sort those things out. But it does hurt us in a way because some of these flat earthers have a really big following. But on the flip side, what happens is a lot of times the fan base will turn on them and they will seek out other alternative or other channels to say, you know what, this is where I need to be at, because they're not with the BS. They don't have they're not with the drama. They only here to put the information out, and this is where I need to be at. So if anything, it might be a bad look, but ultimately it can help the smaller channels grow too, because it's going to force the fan base to spread out and seek out other channels. So because, you know, at the end of the day, a lot of times they don't support the smaller channels anyway. So I don't, you know, so hey, they need to take care of their own business. We do what we have to do, and let us keep growing as a unit and as a family. And like I say, they'll have to, you know, either move out the way with the nonsense or get their ass together and let's do this together.
So what's your biggest fear at this point in your life? Or do you even have a fear? Fear.
Wow. It's been a long time since I ever been scared of anything. Let me see. I think because I'm dealing with this truth, I'm not afraid of pretty much anything. I mean, I do have concerns though. I won't say I'm fearful of anything, but if I use the term if I'm
I moved the car.
You're sitting in my car the whole time?
No, I was just up there. Shut up. So you walk
Hello?
Yeah, somebody talking, so.
Let me try to mute his mic.
Y'all lucky this ain't ain't my panel. They lucky they ain't on my panel. You know what would happen, right? I'm gonna behave.
You would have booted them, huh?
They would have had a word or two before they left. But yeah, I wouldn't say I'm fearful of anything, but I mean I do have some concerns. And the only thing that concerns me is the well-being of my family, you know. And That's pretty much it. That's like my number one. Number two would be I do have concerns of people I got to know. You know what I'm saying? Like you, you know, Brother Sanchez, of anything happening to one of y'all. So that's like the only thing I kind of concern myself about, because I know we're all into this truth movement, and things can get really ugly dealing with the truth, because we're dealing with individuals that do not want to be exposed, and they will go to great lengths to silence individuals like ourselves. So if anything, that's mainly the only thing I'm kind of concerned about. But other than that, man, I'm ready. You know, let's do it. I ain't scared of nothing.
That's all right. That's what I'm talking about. We need warriors. We need people who are strong-minded and not double-minded in their ways. So do you really believe, like I know that we can build a community to work from that's outside of the current system? Do you think that's possible? And how do you think you see yourself either building or joining a community like that?
Yeah, I think it is possible. We never should put up barriers for ourselves. You know, there's always a plan B, and there's always, I mean, it's in human nature. We learn how to adapt around our current situations. So yeah, I think it is possible, and we can break away. Now, keeping it safe would be one of the main, I think, objectives, and keeping the powers that be completely out of that. That'd be another something we need to focus on. But myself, I wouldn't mind putting something together like that. I've been thinking about doing something like that anyway, like, you know, buying a nice big portion of land and just build on it, or joining one, like you said. And yeah, ultimately, I think, yeah, it's possible. And that's actually something that we need to be engaging more in, because when stuff hit the fan, I don't want to curse, but when things hit the fan, we're going to need that plan B. And that's why I'm glad that you do, you know, your little live streams, and you talk about life after, you know, flat earth, or what happens next, what do we do next, you know, what is that plan B, you know? So yeah, that's something we're gonna have to talk about. I like talking about, and I think honestly it's about time for us to start making some moves, at least start putting some things together, get things in motion, you know what I'm saying? We don't have to go all in and go all out. And especially not online, we could do that behind the scenes, because you don't want to promote that and make it too visible to the powers that be. But we need to come together and do, you know, chop it up, and, you know, and when we get everything in place, then boom, we hit them. You know, it's too late. You can't stop it. It's already, you know, it's already created. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's something I'm very passionate about, and, you know, working behind the scenes definitely, and getting people on board with that is something we need to be working towards and doing time, because it's not going to happen if we just wait around for other people to do it. That's how I look at it. The thing coming up, what's your plan for that?
Oh, go ahead, repeat it. You broke up a little bit.
The eclipse is coming up here in I think we have one the 7th and the 21st. So do you have plans for that?
Yeah, especially the one for the 21st. If everything turns out right for the 21st, we'll be launching the balloon exactly on that day. If not, I'm still going to cover record it. I'm gonna have my P900 ready, and I'm glad you brought that up, because one thing that we need to talk about is we need people to make sure that they do not just focus only on the eclipse. Make sure you look at the sky as much as the sky as possible, just in case you might see other bodies out there, because they might be wanting us to focus in this one direction, when in fact there could be another sun somewhere, another moon. Because I always ask the question about the eclipse, is that how come the solar eclipse only shows us a dark body when the moon is white looking? But what we're seeing is a completely black dark body. And and from the angles that I've noticed, we should at least see a portion of the moon lit up, even if it's a small amount lit up, but we see nothing but a complete dark body. Now I'm curious to see what that is.
Yeah, me too. I'm thinking it's just like I've always thought, which is that the moon produces its own light and has its own.
Hello, you going out, Sassy? You went out
Yes, that's
again.
breaking out. Yeah, she's breaking up again. I apologize. I don't know what I've done. I done brought. Oh, she done jumped back in.
Oh, dang.
I done came and brought NASA and the FBI and everybody else that's watching. This is crazy. There she go. We got 2 Sassies now.
Hello.
I hear you, Sassy.
Yeah,
I hear
we
you
can,
loud and clear.
yeah, we can
Yep,
hear you.
you there now, Sassy.
No, it dropped out for me.
You just got to get rid of your other one. You still
It normally drop out by itself.
Yes. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just your other account is on too.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. So what experiments would you like to do in the future that you haven't done or that you're planning? And how's the balloon launch coming along? Hello?
Well, yeah, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What you? Okay,
I
run
can
that
hear
by.
both of y'all.
Okay, go. Run that by me again.
Sassy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. With the balloon launch, I was wondering where you're at with that and what type of experiments you would like to do in the future that you haven't done yet.
Honestly, I want to try to do all of them if I could. I know I can't afford that though, but that's I mean that's just me. The way of my thinking is I also want to do some billboards and stuff like that, and if I can ever get to the point where I can have the funds to do what the name of that experiment where you where they try to detect the movement of the earth, I would like to do that for myself. But I know they done it one time and they said they couldn't detect that the this earth was even moving. But they're trying to, they're trying to say that, it wasn't accurate or something was wrong. And I want to do it myself when I know, I have the information. I know my stuff is correct. So yeah, there's a lot of experiments I want to do. And when it comes to the balloon, we looking pretty good right now. Like I say, I'm gonna get all the cameras. The cameras are getting taken care of, and we almost there with the balloon. So hopefully we can get the balloon by the end of by at least the middle of next month. We should be able to launch it by the eclipse. But like I say, if not, then I'm gonna still go out there to shoot the Carolina and get that beam footage for y'all. And of course, for those who don't know, that's the same day as my daughter's birthday. So it's going to be an extra special day for us. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be able to knock out 2 birds with 1 stone: birthday and the eclipse. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be a good day for us.
That's what's up.
Yeah. Yeah, I also was trying to do the same thing. I was trying to, I also was joining in with Brother Dred with the whole balloon movement. We already know about that. But even if we can't, or if it's the schedule's pushed too tight to where we can't get it done as the same day as the eclipse, I would love for us to pick a destination or a spot, just in case of anybody in the area of the Carolinas or people that could drive, take a nice little drive on that day to catch the eclipse, to all meet up and see what we could come up with. Just have like a nice little get together. That'll be dope too.
I mean, if y'all want me to, I could set something up. I could do the promotion, and Mark Sargent, he normally also advertise it on his channel. I'm down. I drive. The closest to me is Carolina. That'd be a nice drive.
I'll drive there too, bro. If you want to come up through Atlanta and I take over, man, I go to South Carolina with you, bro.
Oh, that's what's up. You see what I'm saying? That'd be dope. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Hey, we can have like I say, it's gonna be my daughter's birthday and all, so we can party and just wait for the eclipse, baby. It'll be. Hey, I'm doing that. We're gonna do that. That's a guarantee. Then.
And Sister Sassy, where you at, Sister Sassy? You on the East Coast too, right?
No,
I think
Sassy
she
in
West
Houston.
Coast. Sassy,
I'm in Texas, in Killeen,
Oh,
which
you in
is outside of
Texas?
Fort Hood. Yeah.
Oh, you in
Texas.
Killeen. Okay, I got
Okay.
family in Killeen. That's what's up.
Oh, is that right?
I was just looking
Yeah.
at that. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
just
I
looking
don't
at
been
it
there. Pay
outside.
Friday, baby. I don't been there. The little club up there everybody go to. You know y'all ain't got but one club in them. I don't know what you got
They got
now, but
several.
okay, then they
They
doing it
got,
big now then. But
And then
I
I
remember back
came
when I
yeah.
up.
used to come up there. Yeah, they don't
Yeah, I
came
don't
up,
be
bro.
out there like that because, I feel like it's a meat market whenever I go out. They're just like, hey, hey, hey. I'm like, oh, no. Girls
Hey, you
and
ever go up to
boys.
Austin? Do you ever go up to them
Yeah.
strip club, the strip the strip,
Little
not
boy say
strip,
strip
literally
club.
strip club, not literally strip club, but it's a strip of clubs in
Oh, you mean
Austin. You know what I'm
mall?
talking
On
You
about,
call it
right?
strip? Yeah,
6th
strip
Yeah,
mall.
Street, I
strip
think it
mall.
Mall
is.
strip.
Yeah.
Yeah, strip mall.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
I've
bar.
been
It's like
out there.
bars and clubs and all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff. A whole strip of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been all
Yeah,
through there,
I've been out
man.
there. I like the Dueling Pianos bar. I took my sister there for her birthday. For New Year's, we always try to go
Hold
out
up.
there and do something. But yeah.
Hold up. Did they just take
Okay, I
over the
know exactly
interview?
where you're at. I'd be through there. Oh, I'm sorry.
They
Let
done
me
took
get up
over
out of
the
my
interview.
bad dream.
Oh, wow. They done,
My bad.
my bad. I know it. I know y'all get me back for the glitches. I'm sorry. I didn't know NASA was coming at me like this.
It is. It's. I mean, one minute I can hear you, the next minute I can't. I don't know if I should just like start my computer over or what. It's just terrible, man. You got some power behind you. I gotta watch out. Shoot.
I'm trying to shake them off me, man. They keep finding me.
Yeah, I see. Shoot. So like, I never seen Mrs. Dress. Where is Boo at? Like,
She
how
being
she feel about all of this?
she on board. She like how Suge Knight used to be before he started getting on camera. You know what I'm saying? But she be like I said, she been behind the scenes and stuff like that. She don't really like to be on camera. I mean, on the gaming community, they done seen my wife before because she have been on camera before. But she said she'd rather be on the back scenes, behind the scenes, and support me all the way. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, it's up to her. If she don't want to be on camera, I ain't gonna make her be on camera. But yeah,
Right.
So
do you still game?
Yeah,
Are you?
I had dropped. Yeah, I still game. I dropped a video about a week ago. Like I say, I'm so devoted to this channel now. I drop like a video like once a week when I used to drop like 2 videos a day or at least every day. And but my fan base on that side, they do understand. They respect what I'm doing. So it is what it is. I dropped a video about a week ago, and just to release some some stress and just have fun, and it's all right.
Right.
It's all right. And I want to make sure I stay up to par with what's going on around me, because again, gaming it plays a major role when it comes to CGI, and my eyes are trained to see it, to catch it. I can catch CGI when I see it, so that part of me always gonna be there. So yeah, but yeah, I still game every now and then.
Hey, what's good? Can y'all hear me?
CGI, like, oh my God, they have so much of it this week with NASA. I mean, it's like that extra little bit of money, they spend their time making sure that it to cranking out as much CGI as they possibly can to like keep people enthralled in that. And like you could see like in the YouTube recommendations and stuff, it's like all NASA channels. And and then like when Flat Earth jump up there, it'd be all Flat Earth stuff. But I don't know how much of it is having an impact at this point, because I mean, we don't necessarily know if they're hiding it or allowing us to really get the message out there to people. People sub to our channels and things like that, but what I see is different versus the people that
Did you break up again?
Hello? You guys there?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Am I? Okay. I don't know how much of that you caught or not, but so how close are you and Bro Sanchez?
You said how close is me and Brother Sanchez?
Yeah.
And
I mean,
oh, go ahead.
And we see on your thing and on your daughters too, Project Frequency, and people often ask, well, what does that mean?
That's actually our brand. Project Frequency is our brand. It's actually copywritten and everything. So Project Frequency is like the whole. It's like the I don't know how to put it. It's like the top of everything. Like everything falls underneath that. That's something I'm proud of too. That's our creation.
It's your mother company.
Right. It's almost like that's our creation. You know what I'm saying? And frequencies is something that I truly believe that's within all of us. That also connect us all. Even with the body, with the lights that we see in the skies, the stars, the real stars, not what they show us, not what NASA see. You can clearly see that it's frequencies within those stars that we see, or those flickering lights. And there is a connection between what we see up there within us and with Mother Earth. So I was like, Project Frequency, it just clicked. My wife always tell me that too. She said, man, you come up with these really good names, you're good at that. And I was like, I just go with what I feel, you know what I'm saying? Whatever's here in my heart, I run with it. And that's what I was like, you know what? Project Frequency is what it is. That's what combines and connect us all to each other, you know what I'm saying? And that's something that I believe that's going to unify us at the end of the day too, so.
How long have you been growing your dreads, and would you ever cut them?
Right now, I think it's been about 15 years. And the answer to that is no. I would never cut my hair. It would have to drag on the floor before I cut them.
What's your favorite drink, or do you drink?
I don't drink often. I don't drink really that much, but if I do, it'd be rum. I like to drink a little rum here and there,
Okay, so that's all the questions I have to the other
You're breaking up. Yeah, Sassy, you broke up again. I ain't hear.
You're breaking up a little bit, Sassy.
I said that's all the questions I have for you. So if the panelists have questions, they could go ahead and ask, and we'll also take some questions from the people in the chat room, because they had some questions earlier they wanted to ask. So I wanted to leave time for that.
Okay.
Okay. Who wants to go off? We can start off.
Ask me anything.
Yeah, anybody shoot.
They probably like, man, I don't know. I want to ask this brother. It is.
Well, I'm trying to think of something good.
I got a general question or a general statement.
Go ahead, brother.
I could set it off with like with this eclipse coming up. I really want to take advantage of it, since we're all awoken and paying attention to what's going on. I just want everybody listening, even if you can't make it to the destination that we choose to go, or you live too far away, just pay attention to the sky, record the sky, you know what I'm saying? With anything, with your cell phone camera, doesn't matter what kind of camera you have. Let's just try to develop all the data that we can get in order to make a compiled like a nice good folder of video and audio to go with this eclipse, and see what and see what NASA has to say with it, if it even matches up. Because I saw Drez last podcast, and it was amazing when you did it at 1 a.m. and stuff like that. I was out at the club, but If you was making like, you was making a real good point. Like, if there's no way possible that the eclipse shadow should be coming from west to east. It's just impossible. So that's what I want everybody to do. Like, just record, and look and have your eyes open. And we could build off of that from there, because I think this is the next big thing, coming up with the flat earth that, naturally we can actually see. You know what I'm saying? Like, we always have topics and discussions about the flat earth, but this is a natural phenomenon that's gonna be happening, and we all need to be paying attention to it. And I don't think like we had this magnitude of people paying attention to it at this time like we have done before at this level. So I know somebody's gonna see something different, because every eclipse I looked at, and I've seen lunar eclipses, and I never see, if something passes in front of the sun that's 93 million miles away, you should be able to see it go from the right, or wherever its side is coming from. If it's coming from the left side to the right to the left, from the upper left to the bottom right, you should be able to see that body from when it goes in front of it, after it, and when it keeps going. It shouldn't just have a shadow and disappear after it leaves the sun. And that's what we see in all of these videos. So it obviously has to be something different, because if the moon goes in front of the sun, that's 230 or 230,000 miles away, 238.
Yeah,
you still should be able to see the moon traverse in its path after the eclipse. So why we don't ever see that happen?
And did you see did you see how small the shadow is going to be?
Right.
It doesn't even make no sense. It's not
that doesn't make any sense either, because the farther away a light source hitting an object is going to cast a wider or a bigger or
spread out,
more distorted shadow. It's either going to be bigger, distorted, and wider. So no matter how, you know what I'm saying, if the sun is 93 million miles away and the moon is right there, the moon will cast a shadow so big it'll cover everybody be able to see it. You know what I'm saying? But if if the light source were to be close and small, and also the moon is, then this is when you will be able to see it from these states only. So they're basically proving the flat earth for us.
Yep, they're telling us right now that it's not only that it's closer to our plane, they're smaller than what they said it was.
Shirley Williston wants to know how old you are, Dread.
Oh, oh, Lord have mercy. I'm 35. I'm a young, well, I guess I'm old. I don't know.
I got you by 5 years, bro.
Sassy, you what? Hold on. Sassy,
yeah.
You 30.
Well,
no, I'm 40.
You 40?
Wow.
I'm 40.
Oh, I need that water you drinking.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of water, boy.
Thank you.
Man, y'all know black women. Y'all know black women age gracefully.
Real.
Amen. Yes.
27.
And you know what's crazy? Is that we still age the way we do, even with all the chemicals and poisons. So imagine without the chemicals, without the poisons. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, oh man, can't wait to that day.
Juan asks, let me go back to his question. Where are we going as a whole with actions? Saquon, do you mean as far as the community is concerned?
As far as flat earth, as far as what the movement itself, our quest to my quest is not to prove the flat earth, because I know the earth is flat. I know the earth doesn't move. I know it's not a ball, but I'm more willing and focusing and wanting to expose and get this on a national level, a wide global level, to where everybody is hearing this and awakening up to it, and at least clicking on it just to see it, because a lot of people dismiss it and think you're a jarhead because you mentioned flat earth. You know, I wish it was a different term for it.
Yeah, just give us time to to get a little bit more information on the so-called bodies that we do see above us. You know what I'm saying? They call the sun and the moon. So it gives us a more in-depth on how they actually operate, especially around this time. But yeah, it's just open. Like, we don't have to prove the earth is flat. We know it's flat. But the earth and I mean the moon and the earth too. The moon, the earth, and this flat plane, we have more information that's about to be given to us by August 21st, and I can't wait. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, again, make sure y'all keep your eyes on the sky, because as far as I'm concerned, nobody should see a moon out there at all during this thing. You know, on the other side of the world, it shouldn't be no moon out there. It shouldn't be no sun somewhere on the side. You know what I'm saying? So if just keep your eyes open, because if we see something else, man, like I said before, we're talking about an all black object, and every time I look at it, it kills me, because I'm like, wait a minute, man, why is this thing? It's completely pitch black when the sun is coming. They're meeting,
right?
So there should be some light before it completely covers the sun. We should see some portion of the moon. We don't see nothing. It comes in completely black. Now think about this. Think about this. Now, how many people have seen the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time?
I see it damn near every day.
Why is the moon not completely black then?
Right.
Go to my channel. That's all I
post. When this eclipse happen, you're not gonna see a white moon, then it turns all the way black, and then it covers the sun. No, you're gonna just see a black object cover the sun. So if they want to use the fact that, oh, it's all black because it's not getting no sunlight, that means every time we look up in the sky and see the sun and the moon at the same time, that means that moon should always be black.
It's all a straight cat. Car, close that for me. Sean G asked if what do you think's more important, getting the flat earth truth out there or exposing the government and whatnot?
Is that to the panel? Or is that
it's all in the same.
To Dread.
I think it's all in the same. Exposing flat, getting the flat earth truth out there is exposing the government. Is exposing the chemtrail. It is exposing the NWO. You know what I'm saying? The elites, the Jesuits. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I love about the flat earth movement, because it exposes everything simultaneously. We don't have to pick and choose nothing. We can just run with what we got, and everything collapses on itself. So, you know, that's how I look at it. So flat earth is not per se, I wouldn't say it's the most important. It is the most important. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the source to everything.
I agree 120%, bro.
Me too, man. I think that's what it is, because they both gonna do it both for us. Both gonna watch each other. If you do one, the other is just gonna open up the door to the other one. So that's what we need to do, man. We just gotta keep going hard. And this movement hasn't been like this in years, ages, hundreds of years.
Your boy, because your boy done stepped through the building. And I stepped through the building with the whole family, you feel me? And that's what I'm telling you, that's what caught people by surprise. When we stepped on the scene, everybody, what the heck? Who are these individuals? Whoa, I like it. It's raw, but I like it. You know the people that's like, and they're a certain way in society, you know, they all preppy and everything, but you know, behind the scene, they'll sneak and listen to they rap or whatever. I think that's how we is. We bring that energy, that vibe, where they might not speak upon it like publicly, but they like it. You know what I'm saying? They low key showing their support. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is, man. We brought that forth.
Yo, Dread.
What's up?
Yo, I have my audio. Can y'all hear me before I start speaking?
Yeah,
right now.
Sound good.
Oh shit. Cool. Yeah. No. So basically, shut up, man. So basically, what you're saying, Dread, this eclipse is basically gonna be NWO suicide, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this eclipse is gonna, you know, it's gonna prove to the world of what we've been talking about for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Like I said before, like what we're witnessing now is that the moon itself has its own phases, and it just so happened that the moon is going through a phase during this eclipse. This is the first time we're able to be able to. What's that, babe? That's me. Okay. It don't matter. I'll tell you in a second. All right. But yeah, we got shout out to Miss Drez in the background, interrupting my speech. Shout out to her.
Shout out to Miss Drez. Hello, Miss Drez.
You know what I'm saying? So
much love, Miss Lady.
Much love, Lady Dredd.
Everybody say okay. Everybody say hello. But yeah, this is gonna be the first time we're gonna actually see it do its thing during the solar eclipse. So man, this is a double win for us, man. We got man. That's why when I first started looking into like the solar eclipse and started seeing the flaws, I was like, you know what, it must really meant for us. And you know, you gotta understand something too, that me myself personally, I don't know about everybody else, but me personally, I think that a lot of times we don't realize how powerful Mother Earth is to us. We really underestimate the power of Mother Earth. When she knows our frequency. She knows. You feel me? She know what we're going through. And this is something I think that she know that we need it. We've been asking for it. You know what I'm saying? If you want to say spiritually, then that's fine too. And I think that it's a reason for this. She's showing it to us like, look, y'all asked for it, I'm about to give it to you. Now it's up to y'all to take this information and you wake the people up with it, man. Do what you have to do with this information. Ain't no turning back. And we ain't turning back. It's on and popping now.
Because just to point on what Brother Dredd was saying earlier about the eclipse, is like when the moon is up and the sun is out at the same time, we see a white moon or a blue moon or whatever may have you, depending on the background of the sky. Now, if the sun or the moon were to go in front of that body, you should still be able to tell or discriminate the ball shape or the sphereness of the moon. It shouldn't just turn black. And then another thing is that when it passes by the moon, you should still be able to see the moon traverse its path, you know, after it passes the sun. And I can't tell this enough that we do not see that. We see a black object pass in front of the sun, and then there is no object anymore. And people take this as an eclipse. Where is the moon gone to? The moon still has to be there. So what, the sun just evaporated it real quick or made it disappear, turned it clear? Like you can't just see it anymore? These are the things that we have to pay attention to, people. So that's why I say I can't preach it enough. Everybody, pull out your camera, your old, I don't care if you got a Galaxy phone or if it got a camera on it, point it at the sky. Because we need all of these documentations written down from all of these places. If you live in Texas, if you live in New Mexico, if you live in Mexico, if you live in Brazil, if you live in Australia, if you live in Canada, pull your camera out and record it, please, because this is the information that we need to stop these people. These people can't even get their own predictions correct. So imagine when we bring our own hard evidence.
I'm feeling what Ant said, and it just kind of boggles my mind at how we can see blue sky through the moon and we can see the black night through the moon, but yet the moon is passing in front of the sun and we can't see that sun through that moon. So that just tells me that that's not the moon that's causing that eclipse. You know what I'm saying? Because if that was the case, we should be able to see some of the color of the sun through that moon, just like we see the color of the blue sky through the moon, and just like we see the color of the black sky at night through the moon. So I just wanted to make that point real quick. And I just want to make two other points real quick. I don't know, and I'm just keeping it real, I don't know if this helps us or it hurts us, but at the end of the day, it don't matter because it is what it is. Now, I've been tinkering around with some lights and I got these ball bearings that are about the size of like a baseball or whatever. And I've noticed that the closer the light source is to that ball bearing, or what would be, let's say, the moon, the closer the light source is to the object, the bigger the shadow is. And that's because it scatters the light. Now, when you back that light away from that object, then the shadow becomes smaller and more. the shadow becomes more defined and smaller. So basically, the closer the light source is to the object, the bigger the shadow. The further away the light source is from the object, the smaller the shadow. But it does appear to basically max out. So basically, if you were to back up your light source so far, it's going to get to a point where the shadow doesn't get any smaller because it's still being blocked. So if anybody's got, just a typical flashlight and a ball of any kind, it don't matter. You just kind of play around with that. You'll see what I'm talking about. So basically, the closer the light source is to the object, the bigger the shadow. The further away the light source is from the object, the smaller the shadow is until it reaches a point where it's not going to shrink anymore. Keep that in mind. The third thing I just wanted to say real quick, is it feasible, or is it even a good idea for that matter, for us to create some sort of a union where people literally pay dues and, have a treasury of some sort? And that way we can actually start gaining, a monetary foothold as far as a collective, and then whoever runs that, keep tabs on it. That way everybody can see what's there, your contributions, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But until we start doing something like that, where we're literally putting something into a kitty, so to speak, it's not going to come as far as the finances unless we stumble onto somebody that's rich and very generous. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I wanted to build on earlier, I think what Ant was saying about how the moon, if the moon disappears or whatever when it comes close to the sun. I have this theory, and I'm going to use the word theory because I don't know how it can be proven, but I have this theory that the sun and the moon becomes like one body in itself. You know what I'm saying? That causes the eclipse. Cause when I see all these videos that Brother Sanchez break down, it's like we can see straight through the moon to more behind, to what's behind it, right? But we cannot see through the sun, even with a solar filter. But when they both come together, you can't see through the moon either. You see what I'm saying? It's like I don't know. This just an idea. That's an idea I've been thinking about since I heard about this eclipse.
That's the thing. We don't even know if that's actually even the moon to begin with. That's the problem. Because
No, I was just saying I don't think it's the moon personally.
Yeah, I'm looking at them like while y'all talking. Y'all probably can see one of my middle screen. I'm looking at them now, and what I notice a pattern here is that they never show like the moon from a distance, just before, from a wider distance before it actually come across. I want to see what the moon look like before it get this close, because I want to see if the moon looks like the moon. I'm only seeing a black object. The moon is not, as far as what we can see, is not a black object. So whatever this is, man, bro, this gonna expose. We're gonna expose.
Right? Yeah, you never see this is. You never see the approach. You never see the approach of the moon.
Yeah, you just see something dark. I don't know.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you just see like a dark circle, and then it disappears after it passes the sun. But I also seen a lunar eclipse is actually on YouTube of a person recording a lunar eclipse with the moon all the way on the opposite side of the sky.
Yeah,
so
I saw that.
The moon was in the sky. You could see the moon.
Yeah, I saw that.
Looking at the sun. So how can it be a lunar eclipse if the moon is right there?
Hey, Ann, are you talking about that science teacher? He was like in Alaska or something. I think he was a science teacher. And he couldn't explain. Well, yeah, I think it was red on the bottom.
Really explain what's going on.
It was red on the bottom and shaded on the top, right?
Yep.
Yeah, there was a science teacher. He couldn't even explain it. Too bad he couldn't turn to his textbook for the answer.
And then the moon right over there. Like, so you telling me this is a lunar eclipse, but the moon is way over there and is not nowhere near the sun, but it's still in the sky. But there's another body passing the sun, and that's a lunar eclipse. No, that don't work.
Can you hear me? Go ahead, bro.
Big thing, Sassy, is like, what if we catch? I wanted to ask you this question: is that what if during this lunar eclipse that when we go to view it, because you know how you could see the sun. I mean, how you could see the moon and the sun, you know, both at the same time. So
Yeah.
what if we catch this this phenomenon actually happens and the moon is not aligned with the sun at all?
Y'all heard about them saying that it's supposed to be like an earthquake and a tsunami on the same day as the eclipse?
And I want to know how they know that all too.
Wow.
Yeah, how you know what tsunami gonna happen?
Because they're gonna perpetrate it. That's why
it's gonna be a distraction.
A distraction, but they trying to throw us off, boy.
Yeah, and you already know Dredden showed that beautiful beam footage of NASA making fake weather.
Yep.
Making it rain and all of that. So
they already talking about
possible.
Why they doing so much during this eclipse though? They're doing so much. They're going to try to cover up. I mean, the whole country is going to be
cloud coverage.
Full of clouds. Now they're doing earthquakes, tsunamis. Like, oh man, this guy. I'm telling y'all, they're hiding the biggest scam, yo. For them to be doing all these multiple things, because let's think about it. When they want to distract us, they'll blow something up. Okay, that's it. But for them to put clouds in the sky and tsunamis, earthquakes, and look at all the things that they're putting together just to distract us. This is the biggest lie they need to keep covered up. I'm telling y'all, man, we gonna this is it.
Yo, Dred, I wouldn't be surprised if they do a damn live feed of from the ISS to try to fake the moon, but that's really gonna expose themselves. You know what I'm saying? You know how they can make the ISS look real good? Cause they did that. What was that hurricane they hit a couple of years ago on the East Coast? Which one was that? Hurricane Sandy. Yeah, They did a live feed for Hurricane Sandy. So you know they're gonna do a live feed for this eclipse. You know it, and they're gonna fake the shit out of it. That's what I tell you.
I think everybody needs to remain, like, when I say vigilant, like really be vigilant. And by that, I mean, prepare yourself for, have some food and water and all that stuff stocked up, because now there's videos out there right now where, people in like I said, there's 2 prime viewing zones, which are on the East Coast. I think one is around the Tennessee area. But anyway, the videos are basically talking about how the authorities around in these areas, they're already putting out the word that emergency services are going to be unavailable. Cell services are going to be down. You're not going to be able to use your cell phone. You're not going to be able to call for like an ambulance. If you get hurt, they're saying stay out of the mountains. Nobody's going to be able to rescue you. So they got something going on, and they might be using this eclipse to pop off some quote unquote natural type disaster, you know what I'm saying, while everybody's congregated in masses in certain areas. So I would just keep an eye out on shit like that. So they got something up their damn sleeve, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I wanted to say another thing too. On my way back from driving from Florida, what was it, probably now 2 weeks ago, I seen a lot of military personnel. And I never seen this much military personnel being driven up the East Coast. Like, they had big freight trucks with, some of them had tanks, some of them had military trucks. A lot of military equipment was being just different. I probably had to see about 8 different military transports, like 18-wheelers, transporting 2 tanks at a time. Some of them had military jeeps, and someone had posted on YouTube another video of by in Texas, somewhere by where you live at, Sassy. Literally 10 minutes with just nothing but army tankers on top
the
of
joint with the
Humvees
on it. Back. Yeah, the Humvees on it.
Yeah. What is all of this military manpower for? What are we prepping for? You know what I'm saying? So
my bad, brother. But I just wanted to say, and also keep in mind, and I hate to bring the Bible into it, but according to this solar eclipse, a lot of these religious people are basically viewing this as the end of the world. Couple that with, they're saying on September 24th, it's supposed to be some sort of major event because of Nibiru. You know, you got a lot of people that buy into this stuff.
They trying to cash
so they
in.
kind of cash, so they're trying to cash in all this chaos that's already floating amongst people, whether it's through religion or just you know, quote unquote conspiracy theorists. Something's gonna pop off. So we just be vigilant.
Yeah, they're gonna cash in just like they cashed in with the year 2000, Y2K. It was supposed to be the end of the world. The religion made we talking tens of billions of dollars, scaring people into believing that the world was coming to an end in the year 2000. Man, I remember it was all on the news and everything, man, how more churches became like multi-millionaires almost overnight because of Y2K. And when you look around, you notice you see a lot more churches with a lot of money. These bigger churches. Think about it. We didn't have this many big churches back. You know, back then it wasn't that many big churches. It was a handful of them. Now they're everywhere because hey, all the small churches cashed in. You know, pay your tithes. You know, better give me that extra money before you go to hell tomorrow.
Yeah, the mega churches.
I know all the schools gonna let out in my town.
They got the mega churches with ATMs in it now. Anytime your church got an ATM in it, you know damn well God ain't up in that joint. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. They be like, oh, don't worry, you ain't got no cash. It's a machine right up there, and the fee just $2.75. Go ahead and use it.
Ain't that wild?
Yeah, and the Lord will bless you. The Lord will bless you. Can I get an amen? Well.
Well, real quick, I just want to apologize if I might have slipped in a cuss word because I didn't even realize that that Raven was up on the panel. So if I did cuss, I apologize.
It's all right. It's not the Flyer team.
Shout out to Raven too, man.
And Dread, that's your twin, bro. You spit that out. Yo, she look just like you, bro.
Yeah, you just hear a sense of humor. Just like mine too.
Yeah.
Nah, that's what's up though. I like listen, bro. I got 3 daughters, man, and like I said, yo, you spit that out. That's all you.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Get over the fact that Sassy's 40, man, over there looking like she's 26.
I know, right?
Yeah, I'm no.
Hell, I thought Dre was older than me.
We know you ain't
Free
that spring
vegan
chicken.
is definitely helping me out a lot more.
Like, you know what it is though? Even like I said, even when I was young, man, a lot of people was like, "You sure you haven't been here before?" Because I have my mind, you know what I'm saying? My mind, I always was like, you know what I'm saying? I always expanded my mind, and even as I did a lot of time, I did a lot of different stuff when I was a kid too. Like I wasn't like a typical teenager that just wanted to go and play and just like the regular kids. I always just sit to myself and think a lot. I used to always think a lot, you know what I'm saying? And you know, I was more of an antisocial individual too. And because a lot of the kids my age, they was on some dumb stuff, and I wasn't really with that like that. So, you know, so people thought I was like an old man trapped in the young man's body. I still get it, still to this day. Now it's like, you know, I'm a lot older, and you know, and it's not my mind is catching up to my age, I guess, or the age of my shell. You know what I'm saying?
We all, I think personally, I think we've all been here before. It's just certain ones are able to be in tune with that and wake up and do that work that you was put here to do. And I just think that Dread in particular, you're one of them special brothers where you're actually in tune with that soul that's been, you know, in physicality before, and you just recognize your abilities and you're in tune with what you're supposed to be doing. You were sitting here for a reason, you know what I'm saying? And that reason is to help spread that knowledge and wake up the other people. You know what I'm saying? So you doing exactly what you were supposed to do. You got an old soul, my brother, and that's the things that I cherish about the people like yourselves and Sassy and everybody else on the panel that's bringing that, because to me that just speaks volumes as far as the essence that's within you. You know what I'm saying? It's been here before, and now it's returning in the physical because you got to put in that work. That's what you're here to do, and I value that.
Appreciate that, my brother.
Hey, Dread, I have a question for you.
Definitely.
Oh,
Dre.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what evidence that did you see that made you say definitely
Flat Earth.
flat?
You're breaking up. You're
Yeah.
breaking up. Flat Earth.
I'm sorry. What about
You're
now?
breaking up.
Can y'all hear me?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear,
Okay.
bro.
Yeah.
Okay. I was saying the big dread. I was like,
Oh,
what
but
evidence
evidence.
what evidence did you see that made you say to yourself, you know what, the Earth is a 3,000% flat?
I see it's the same evidence that we all see every day when we go outside and use our own two eyes. But nah, for real, when first of all, it's the lack of evidence that proved the globe that kicked it off for me. There is no curvature. I don't see no curved water. But now with the P, especially with the P 900, I can zoom in on these boats that supposedly went over the curve. That did it. I'll say, yep, it's flat. And of course, there's other variety of things that also really gave me that evidence that I needed to say, yeah, this is a flat plane, man.
Yeah, that's what did it for me. Because, like you said, it not only was it lacking evidence to prove the globe, I was like, damn, I did learn in third grade that water does find its own level. And then when I started seeing the ships coming back into view, I was like, oh yeah, the Earth is flat, especially if it's 70% water.
Yep.
Yo, what's going on? Yo,
Right, no, it's good.
What up, B?
What got me was that fact that if you're standing on Earth, your feet have to be rushing back while the sun is setting forward. So as soon as I realized that the eyes are the mirror of your soul, each one sees the sun or beams of light in a different. I guess if you're looking at a certain beach, I guess you could still see certain beams. But ultimately, you see your own line of sight. That's what got me like straight up. I was like, man, dude, like each individual has their own vision. We're all not looking at gravity. It's kind of like that.
I agree with what Dre said with the water. To me, water is the end all be all. Water is the truth. Water is the ultimate proof that this plane is flat.
Yeah, for me, not only that, I think I questioned the flat or the globe theory when I was a small child walking to school. I used to always think to myself, because I used to have to walk to school when I was a kid. So when I used to walk to elementary school, I used to always think, well, if the Earth was round, am I like walking against the rotation of the Earth, or is like the Earth like move faster as I'm walking toward it? You know what I mean? Like, is it helping me? Is it coming toward me, or is it, am I trekking against the spin of the Earth? And I used to ask myself that as a kid, and I was blessed to a lot, as a child, both on road and airplane, and I would just notice how I would never see any type of like rotation of us going around anything. Like if we were to be on a ball, it was just like too much. I said to myself, like, it's just too much stuff on Earth because if we were to be upside down right now, like how is all of this shit to be working? Like, it just doesn't make sense. And if a person could really just strap their mind around that and think about that, like you would literally have to be retarded to think that we live on a ball. Like really, like think about it. Think about the people that's underneath. Think about all that water that's being held to the ball, so-called Earth. You know what I'm saying? Or that ship that's traveling along those waters, or the birds that's flying over that water. You know what I'm saying? Or those clouds. Like, how is that all being? Where's the picture of this? How come we don't have a picture of the bottom of the Earth being upside down, or a city, or anything zoomed in? Like these people are on the International Space Station 24/7. They can't get off of that place. So you're literally spinning around the Earth all day long. So why you didn't take a picture of the Earth being upside down? Real quick. Like, this is simple, easy stuff. This isn't hard. They could have easily smashed this whole flat Earth debate so much speed that these people are starting to panic. SpaceX is messing up on their videos. Everybody there?
I was looking
Yeah.
at a video. I was looking at a video today about that guy, and I can't remember his name right now that owns SpaceX, but he admitted himself on a council that he was answering to about the fact that he's under the guise of the government and they have access to every aspect of that business. So it's not
Right.
a publicly held private company. It's being governed and run by him and his people, but it's overseen by the government and NASA. So there isn't a thing that they aren't. So looking at SpaceX is NASA. So, I mean, there isn't anything that's independent.
Yeah, his name is Elon Musk, and yeah, he is a subsidiary
Yeah.
subsidiary of NASA's space agency. And to build on what Ant was saying, they say that we spin around the core or whatever. But how in the world can a little bitty ass core rotate a gigantic ball, right? You think about the rotor on your car, right? That turns it turns your wheel, it turns your rim, it turns your tire, it turns everything, right? You know what I'm saying? Connected to the axle. Now, over time, eventually you're gonna have to get some more rotors. You see what I'm saying? Because the wear and tear. Because the wear and tear that you know what I'm saying, through braking and all that, braking, gassing and all that. But our core been spinning for billions of years, and we haven't experienced no type of events. You know what I'm saying? I mean, all this mass, this land, this water, the core is turning everything in perfect sync. That and they can't even prove it. You see, I mean, I don't know if the words came out right, but I hope I kind of painted the idea of what I'm saying for y'all.
This is the earth. That's why they tell you on that ball, ain't no moving parts on the earth. It's one solid mass and it's firm and fixed. It ain't moving, it ain't spinning, ain't no core with all that ball. And even they can't prove that. They tell you that there's a core and then an inner core and an outer core and a mantle and all this ball, and they ain't never been beyond 8 miles, so they don't know. They talking out their butts.
I was out today, and the sun and the moon was out all day today. All day today. I don't know if y'all saw that where y'all at, but I'm in Brooklyn, and all day today the sun and the moon was out.
We can barely hear you, Brooklyn. Can't. I don't know what's going on. I can barely hear you. I mean, I heard what you said, but I can barely hear you though.
Yeah, I said the sun and the moon was out all day today when I was hanging out, and some of my guys that know what time it is, I was like, look up, look. And they're like, look, how it's too simple. It's above our heads. Both of the elements is above our heads all day long. How could we be moving around one of them, or one be moving around us? And I'm looking at them for hours and hours together in the sky, virtually in the same place for hours.
And that just goes to show you one more thing, that's just goes to show you that moon's not reflecting that sunlight, because I don't care what the angle is, as big as that sun is supposedly is, I don't care what the angle is, that moon should be full if they both out at the same time during the day. There's no reason in the world that moon shouldn't be full.
That's a fact. I thought about that today when I saw that too, because it was almost like a crescent moon, but towards the sun. And I was like, how come I don't see all of the moon? And then there was a plane that flew behind the moon, and I got scared. It's the first time I ever realized that I saw something behind the moon. That shit gave me goosebumps. I said, oh shit, the fucking plane went behind the moon. I said, that moon is real close. I said, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's wild. Now, I actually talked about this with somebody in the back chat before, but now I got a telescope, and I look through my telescope on a regular basis. Now, on those days like that, when I see the moon and I see the sun out at the same time, and it doesn't happen all the time, is because it's different. This is what boggled my mind. Now, I looked at the moon, right? Now, just imagine you looking straight ahead. Say the moon is off to your left side at about 10 o'clock. We'll say 10 o'clock. Then you look to your right side. The sun is at about 3 o'clock in the sky. So the moon is at 10 o'clock in the sky. The sun is at 3 o'clock in the sky. How come when I look at the moon, the shadows are going toward the sun? You know what I'm saying? Which would be impossible because the shadow never goes to the light source. It always goes away from the light source. So when I seen that and I just tripped out. And I know some people say, well, your telescope is gonna give you a reverse image. But I think it's called, I'm not sure what it's called, but I think it's called a Bartlett lens. When you put the Bartlett lens on it, it corrects the image so it's not backwards. If that makes any sense.
Okay.
Hello.
You know what I was thinking? You know how they say that, if the sun was moving further away on flat Earth, it would change angular sizes or something, right? But they failed to mention that that the moon changes angular sizes whether it's in the day or the night. Cause I've taken pictures of the moon. Sometimes it look as small as a dot in the sky, and sometimes it's huge, like it's only about 1,000 feet above us. You notice they never bring that fact into their arguments ever.
Oh yeah, it moves up and down. It moves up and down.
It proves 40,000 miles away. It should.
Yeah, you're right. I understand what you're saying, especially if the moon and the Earth was spinning from each other. It shouldn't be. The moon couldn't get closer and farther away. How could it happen? Because they on a dance and they spinning. The gravity is so-called holding it. How could the gravity bring it closer and then spit it back out further? When they say, well, the moon is the closest it was, it's gonna be in such and such years, and you look like hell, yeah, it's big as hell. But how does it get closer and farther away? It makes no sense.
It doesn't. Flat power, man. They contradict themselves all the time. It's like,
hey guys, let me
BBTT.
get in
Go
there
ahead.
real quick. Dre is about to step away, so I want to acknowledge that and thank him very much for coming by and letting me interview him. And we'll have to do it again because I know the stream had some issues, and I definitely want the viewers to hear you clearly. And generally when I do interviews anyway, I do them one-on-one. So I definitely want to get an opportunity to do that again if you'll indulge me in the future. And I really thank you for supporting me. And I'm proud to be a part of the Project Frequency family. And I thank you for taking me in. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Like I can't wait to you see the I got an intro coming too. But anyway, yeah, I think that we should do it again because there was, a lot of hiccups with NASA and the government. They trying to shut us down, but we ain't gonna stop it. But anytime you want to do it, redo the interview, just let me know. This time I'll be home. But hopefully, I don't know. With my cell phone, it would not connect to the Hangout because I was gonna do it while I was on the road, but it wouldn't let me get in. So I just said I just waited until I came on. But I appreciate you for doing the interview and having me on your panel. And when you go live, even if it ain't an interview, just let me know. I'll be more than welcome to join the panel and host some discussions with you. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else.
Oh yeah.
All right.
It's breaking up again, but
yeah. Hopefully, know what I'm gonna do. When I leave, I'm gonna watch the stream and see how smooth it goes. And if it's smooth, then I know for a fact that it's me. They messing with me. But anyway, hey, Sassy, appreciate you. Appreciate everybody. Ant, what's good, fam? G, we got Dre. I'm going to go ahead and shout y'all out before I leave. Flat Earth, Jamaican, Flat Earth, and my boy Jerome, man. Appreciate all y'all, man. Love and support, my brother.
You already know, Dre.
We love you, Dre.
You already know. Peace
Dre.
and love,
Thank
bro.
you.
Yeah, we love you, Dre, man. We love Flat Earth teams, and we love everything y'all do, brother.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, shout out to
And we
Flat Earth
love,
team.
and we love being,
Yeah.
and we love being honorary body bag toe taggers on your behalf.
I'm about to send that clip to Sassy so she can start body bagging people. Because I know she. Because I was watching one of your live streams. She was like, "Where?" I heard you like, "What that body bag? What I needed? What that body bag?" Because I'm about to sell her that clip or something. So she.
Hey, Dre, real quick before you leave. The other day, man. The other day when you was playing the music, over Sassy Body Bag and Madonna, man, I was like, oh man. I mean, I know she was giving Madonna at work when she bagged him his own scriptures and stuff, but. I was like, man, Dre, if you gonna play the music, cut it down a little bit so we can hear the music and hear Sassy body bagging him. But it was fun though, man.
I'll turn it down.
Sassy gave Madonna at work.
Yeah, I turned it down. I don't know, man, because I got the headphones. When I hear it, I be wanting to feel it. You know what I'm saying? But I turn it down a little bit. I got you. All right, y'all.
We just couldn't hear that. We just couldn't hear them talking.
You breaking up again, Jamaican.
Though, man.
Yeah, let me get up. You know what? Let me stop holding up, y'all. I don't know. I'm gonna keep watching though. I'm gonna keep watching. All right, y'all. I'm out of here. I can't hear nothing.
You breaking up.
All right, y'all. Y'all be easy, man. I'm gonna keep on watching. I'm gonna eat my and I'm gonna relax.
Drive safe too.
All right.
All right,
Okay.
Justin, baby.
Jamaican, they didn't fix your mic, boo.
What?
Whoever your
service
provider is. Yeah. Tell them to come back.
Yeah, I better drop off too to have some family. No, I better drop off anyway to have some family time real quick. Finna watch the show with my family and but Flat Power, man, I love y'all. I love y'all, and I really, really love the unity we all have on a daily basis.
Me too. Thanks for stopping through.
Peace out, brother, man.
Yeah, bro.
This is Flat Power.
Flat Power. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So what were we talking about? We was talking about how he could see the moon through airplane through the moon, I think.
Yeah, I think it was Flat Earth Brooklyn who saw that. Yeah.
He said he saw the airplane through the moon.
Nah, he said he saw the airplane fly behind the moon. I think is what he said.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He saw the airplane fly behind the moon.
Yeah, was it a video or was he making like?
Nah, he said he did.
No, with his eyeballs.
Saw that with his own eyes. Yeah, that's why he said he was tripping when he seen that. I'll say Flat Earth Brooklyn. You there, brother?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you real low though. You real low.
Hold on, let me turn him up. Make sure he's up all the way.
And that's another thing too that we got to know about. When we look at things, we definitely got to deal with perspective and the way things are looked at from the angle that we see them, because some things do look like things pass behind it, like clouds are behind the moon, or the clouds are going through the moon, or the sun goes through the moon. I mean, the sun goes through the clouds and whatnot. But what we have to take into account is perspective, and what perspective does is it plays a trick on your sight of your line of sight and what you see. You know what I'm saying? You could be looking up at the moon, or you could be looking up at the sun, and you would think that you would see the sun having clouds behind it like this, you know, but it's not what you're seeing. It's kind of like an illusion. Your eyes are playing tricks on you. You think that the sun is, well, clouds are behind the sun, but really it's you know, in our reality, we know the sun is way up higher than the clouds are. But since we're so low and we're looking so far of a distance to the clouds, I mean, to the sun, that it looks like the clouds are actually behind the sun. So if my boy Flat Earth Brooklyn probably seen a plane fly behind the moon, he probably saw it because of the angular position that he was in and made it look like it flew behind the moon, which it could, you know, you can't see that happen. And it's not like, you know, I'm discrediting what he saw, but what we have to deal with, you know, the way our vision works. Because we all gotta remember that the moon is, you know, thousands and thousands of miles up. I mean, not thousands and thousands of miles up, but thousands and thousands of feet up. So when you fly up 35,000 feet up in the air, a plane can't fly as high as the moon can, because the moon is way up higher in the sky than an airplane could be. So when you see that airplane traverse behind the moon, we're dealing with angular positioning on looking at the moon versus you being on the ground and looking at it and seeing an airplane go behind the moon. Now, you probably did see it, but it's just, you know, it's just a optical trick. Just like when you see the sun rise, it looks like it's rising through the clouds, but we all know the sun is above the clouds. But since the sun is so far away, it looks like the sun is passing through them. You know, hence due to the whole airplane thing. Because there's a lot of videos too going out with but you know, so if you ever seen that one when the plane went behind the sun, like you got to think about these things. The sun and the moon are high up in the sky. They're very, very high. Planes can't. I don't think a plane can get up that high, and be not a commercial plane at that.
I tend to agree, not to discredit the brother's you know, whatever he saw, but I tend to agree with what Ant Live is saying, simply because from what I know, or most flat earthers know, according to the model that we you know, we accept, the sun and the moon both have to be at least, at minimum, 3,000 miles high. I don't know of any aircraft that is flying 3,000 miles in the air, whether it's even possible, because the air may be too thin, you know, whatever. The pressures might be different or whatever. So I tend to agree with that. I don't necessarily believe that an airplane could fly behind, you know, or even in that realm, you know. So I kind of agree with Ant saying that it's got to be some sort of a perspective trick.
Here's my question. A light source typically has to be a certain distance in order to give a certain size of a shadow. For example, the human body, your shadow is a certain size. If the light source were to, if you were to leave the light source, your shadow would literally dissolve. It would kind of disappear as you get further away. It wouldn't get bigger, and it relatively wouldn't get smaller. It would just kind of disappear because it wouldn't have the strength of the light source being that close to you to have your shadow be as the contrast being so dark. So that is a good question, because in order for somebody to see a plane go behind it, that either tells us that that moon has to be that close in order for a plane to get that go behind it. But then when we think about shadows from the sun or the moon, we got to also account that in the, you know, factor that in, like how close is it really, in order to give us a shadow that distinct, that, you know, full of dark contrast, dark color. Because you can do an experiment, like take a light source, and for instance, and put it in front of your hand and move your hand away from the light source, and you will see your shadow disappear. It won't shrink and it won't grow bigger. But that's just an example of experiment I was doing the other day. So that's kind of talking in accordance with what you guys are talking about. It's questionable.
Right. But like, did you but you know, you like, can you understand like where I was coming from about, like, you know, like the whole perspective thing and how it worked, how it would look?
Yeah, that's true, because like when we go outside and look at the moon, us as humans, we have a depth perception, the perspective of distance, and we look up in the sky and it looks like it's close to us. So what is playing tricks on us? Is it the distance or is it our eyes? Like what one of them is playing tricks on us to give us a false impression of it being closer than what they tell us it is?
That's what
So
I'm saying.
we can actually look up in the sky and be like, man, it looks fucking close.
Right. And it has to be
You know?
close. It has to be within a couple. I'm thinking it's not far, because when at nighttime, I mean, even at the moon's furthest point, like, the moon could be the highest point up in the sky. You can see the detail on the moon. But if I will go and look laterally, and I know it has to do with atmospheric refraction and smog and all of that, but I've been on the water too, and I've seen you can't see things as clearly as you can the moon when you look up in the sky. Is like, it's just something about that just, it keeps me wondering, it keeps me guessing and thinking and formulating new plans, and not new plans, but new ideas and theories about the moon, what it is, and what's going on around us. Because if you just think about it like this, right? If I'm on a highway, let's say if I put you on the water, so there's no like atmospheric, like, smog and city dirt all in the sky and stuff like that to obscure your vision. So let's say if I put you in a boat and I drive 30 miles away from you, you're still going to be able to see me, because A, we all know the world is flat, and B, we all know water is flat. So I can have a sign the size of we could say 2 18-wheelers. I'll make a sign that says Xfinity Wi-Fi on it with big red letters. You would literally, I could go 30 miles away from you, and it will be hard for you to see. I can make a big giant object. Doesn't matter how big the object is, as long as you can see it. So if I can make an object and see it and push it away from you 30 miles, and you can't tell, like, I draw certain details on it, like, and you can't tell the detail, and then I go to look up in the sky and be able to tell craters on the moon, that's the question that you have to ask yourself. How far is it away, and what type of, because this atmospheric layering going up as well, you know what I'm saying? The atmosphere just don't stop on the ground. So if you're thinking about, and I wanted to get your kind of thought on this, Sassy, is what do you think about that? Because if I push an object away from you 30 miles away from you down the street, you're not going to be able to see it. Say it's a big bank sign or the Trump Tower sign. You will see it blurry. You won't be able to read, with great definition, or you won't be able to see it as crisp as you were if I were to take you outside and tell you to look at the moon, and you'll be able to look at all those little craters and lines that's on the moon. So how do you feel about that? Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, what I've seen was,
go ahead, Sassy, if you want to add in, or anybody.
Yeah, I was just going to say, maybe, see, I think that for some reason that has to do with a combination of perspective and atmospheric distortion. So basically, if you're looking 30 miles down a road, you're actually looking, in my opinion, you're probably looking through more atmosphere, which contains more dirt, dust, moisture, as opposed
you think
to
it's more atmosphere looking laterally than looking up? Doesn't all the heat and atmosphere and all the gunk and junk rise?
Well,
more space?
not necessarily, because this is how I see it. Like, just imagine, all right, if you're looking 30 or 40 miles ahead, you're looking through all the dirtiest part of the atmosphere because it's at your eye level and above your head,
Right.
say for about a mile or so. Whereas when you look up into the sky, you're actually peering through the dirty layer, and then you're probably looking through more of a pristine atmosphere, as opposed to viewing through a completely dirty atmosphere the whole way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you kind of know what I'm saying, and I don't want to confuse it, but I think
that's why I said, like, you know, I knew it had. That's why I said I wanted to take you away from the city, like, and put you on a lake. And I knew you would still have to deal with the, you know, the evaporation of the water, and it being, you know, more atmospheric refraction due to the, you know, the sun rays hitting the water, and the water, you know, evaporating and raising up. It'll cause distortion any way you look at it. So
right.
I know it's a kind of like a hard question, but I do understand the atmospheric refraction part of it. But when you go and look up, like there's atmosphere and refraction in the air above you as well. You know what I'm saying?
That's true, but what I'm
thinking, like, but real quick, if I'm looking through, okay, let's say 30 miles of junkin gook of atmosphere on the ground, right? Mm-hmm. We all know that when we look up, it's more atmosphere that we're looking through to look to the moon. Am I right or wrong? So if we're looking through twice, 3 times, maybe even 4 times as much atmosphere as we are looking at the ground, I could put, you know what I'm saying, like something 30 miles away from you, atmospheric or refraction or not, I shouldn't be able to see the moon so clearly. Like, I shouldn't be able to.
I know, bro. I see what you're saying. It's just still like, I mean, think about it. Like, even with these observatories, they always go onto the mountaintop because they have to look through less atmosphere. Just imagine, like, all right, you're looking laterally, meaning you're looking straight ahead. Now, just imagine the atmosphere as being a piece of glass, and you're looking through the side view of that piece of glass. So you're looking through the profile of the glass when you're looking ahead. But when you're looking vertically, you're actually looking through the thickness of the glass. So if the glass is 1 inch thick, just using these numbers to kind of try and simplify it. So if you're looking straight up, you're looking through 1 inch of glass. But when you look laterally or straight ahead, you're actually looking through 1 inch thick piece of glass plus the distance of that glass. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of like mimics the atmosphere where you're looking constantly through the thickness of the dirty atmosphere, whereas when you peer straight above your head, you're looking past the dirty atmosphere into a more pristine atmosphere. I'm just saying maybe possibly that's why we can see the detail on the moon, because other than that, it doesn't make any sense how you can see such detail on the moon and it's at least 3,000 miles away, but yet you can't see 30 miles down the road in the same, with the same sharpness. So I mean, trust me, I understand completely what you're saying and I agree with you, but I think that probably, to simplify it, if you want to use like the Occam's razor type, the simplest explanation usually tends to be the truth or whatever. That just kind of, to simplify it, that's, to me, is probably more along those lines where you're, like I said, when you're looking straight ahead, you're looking the entire distance through that quote unquote dirty atmosphere. Whereas when you look above you, at some point, that dirty atmosphere is gonna taper off into a more clean, pristine atmosphere. The air is colder. When the air is colder, objects, as far as their detail, becomes more crisp because you don't have the distortion of the heat. You know what I'm saying? So I think all these things kind of play a role as far as when you look ahead, as opposed to looking above.
Right. What are your thoughts about that, Sassy?
I think that it's 2 parts of it, because I think it's possible that we can actually see things through those objects, because it could be that it's holographic or that it is attached to the firmament and has properties of luminescence, translucent luminescence, or that they are, like I said before, which is like the moon and the sun, there's more than one of them and they go in to portals and out, and new ones pop out. So we're not actually seeing the same sun or the same moon, and what we're actually seeing is the ones that are out either transitioning or they're out there all the time. That's the only explanation that I can think of why you would see them at the same time and also be able to see through them at the same time. So if we only set our minds to viewing or seeing them how we think they would work, then we won't actually know how they actually work if we keep our mindset of, okay, this is how I see it, so this is how it is. If you open your mind, you can see more about how they actually are and how they operate, because if we look at the ancient texts and things like that, they had explanations for these type of phenomenon. So it's not like they're not unknown. It's just figuring out how to express that in what we see, and all of us looking at it probably have a better perspective of how that may be versus just one person, because everybody can see, say something happen in front of you like a robbery. There'll be like 20 different people that see the robbery, but all explain it in a different way, even though we just saw the same thing. You know what I mean?
Right, like a campfire story. You sit in a circle, you whisper one thing to the one person, by the time you get all the way back around to you, it's totally different.
Mm-hmm.
So that's definitely.
Yeah, I was sitting down in the backyard, and it was about, the moon was about like at 10, 11 o'clock, right? And this was it was about 4 p.m., 5 p.m., and the sun was over to the west, like about like at 2 o'clock, going towards like 3 o'clock, almost about the 10. And the airplane was flying from west to east, and it flew in the circumference of the moon, where like if the moon was solid, you would not be able to see that plane. And I saw the plane in the space of where you were supposed to see the moon. So like when Sister Sassy was saying, I'm not looking at these objects like I know what's up with them anymore, because I don't. You know what I mean? Just like when I thought I was from Africa, and I would watch videos that would tell me that people were here and they got captured and then slaves were brought from Africa later. I wouldn't see that with the mind. I didn't know it. I just don't know how it comes. Maybe that's how deep this fellowship really goes. But when I saw today what I saw, I said, oh shit. And I just had chill, because I knew only like 2 or 3 people will understand, but I was like, I'm not going to get into it. I know it's the attempt for me to connect with the family or with some people today and share that, you know what I mean? Like that's basically what it was.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Basically, when that, because I seen the same thing. I thought, I swore to God, I thought I saw a plane go behind the moon. But what it was is that the moon was closer to me, and the plane was so far away that it looked like it went behind it, when it was just it's due to the perspective of what you're looking at in terms of the moon being in the air, and versus the plane flying behind it. So it'll look like it's flying right behind it. Because I seen the same thing. I've seen the same thing quite a few times. I went and did my research, because it was back then. This was like about like a year ago. It was a bunch of footage of planes going behind the sun, and this one, Flat Earth, was like really hitting, and people were like just trolling, making fake videos of planes going into the sun and coming out with, layers all on the back. It was just a bunch of BS going on. But we actually started analyzing these videos that actually looked at the people that actually catch, clouds behind the sun and moon, and, planes flying behind the moon. And then we did, someone put like an atmospheric, or a test, or, what I'm saying, to show like this is what's really going on, because of us being on the ground, and the object that we're looking at is so far away that it looks like things traverse past it, when it really doesn't. It's just like an optical illusion. Just like the and cloud things, like people were going at that for months, until somebody finally made a video dealing with just perspective and how our eyes work, how light works. Broke it down and it made perfect sense, because we know damn well that day we launch these balloons and we see the sun. The sun is up in the air. It's not, close to the clouds or, within 30,000 feet of the earth. You know what I'm saying? Where you could just jump in a plane, fly up to it and bump into it. Is a lot harder than that. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's why NASA and all of these people are spending all of these money doing secret things, trying to figure out what's really, really, really going on. And we have no clue. We still think we living on a ball, but they know what we live on. They know that the earth is flat. They seen it. They have the technology and the money and the manpower to that we speak about. So you think that they haven't did it already? We're always 50 to 60 years behind of the technology that comes out today. So just imagine.
To play devil's advocate,
right?
We can't fly around on our own and stuff like that. Really, to see what's really what, to do the math and all that. Like, why do they have space, quote unquote, on lock, the water on lock, the land on lock? We can't move how we're supposed to really move to really do the math.
Right. So we got to basically depend on them. And since we know that they're known liars, we cannot depend on them no more. So we totally X them out and we use our own empirical evidence. And that's our senses and what we see. And that's all I just preach to everybody. Document your stuff, man. You got your cell phone out. Stop snapping yourself and taking pictures for Instagram and all of that stuff. When you see something in the air, man, whip your phone out, take a picture of it. Take a 15, 20 second video clip. Upload it on your YouTube page, man. It only take 2 minutes. Everybody's so into Facebook and make sure they Snapchat camera look good, and oh no, do the snap over again, and everybody's so sucked into this BS that's going on, man. You got to look around you. You got to understand there's major things going on, man, and they just blocking us with all of this stuff. People got their heads down in their phones, scrolling up and down all day, not paying no attention when that the moon was in the sky for 2 days straight. I just don't understand how people could just not see that. People just keep moseying about their business like. Yeah.
Hashtag selfies are selfish.
Literally, and this was in July 12th to July 14th. The moon was in the air all day, all night for 2 days straight.
And
all day, all night.
Probably nobody. I'll say probably nobody noticed it. And that's sad.
Nobody noticed it because 444 came up.
Yeah,
nobody's paying attention to that. I don't know if that's true.
And I'm thinking and then I go and put it I'm thinking that my understanding and all my research that I've been doing is maybe I know the sun and the moon have two different speeds. So if I was able to see the sun, and I was in Florida at the time, so the moon is in my view, in my up in my atmosphere, in my own field of view, what is going on? It was no lie. I'm talking about during the day, all day, when it started setting, it was still high in the sky, and throughout the next day, you could start seeing it start to drop towards the horizon, but it was still in the air. I could still see it. So it was how did it just country, which I know probably more countries see the moon is just me. So how did it just do that for 2 days straight? The moon had to be moving slow at that certain time, 14th, to where the moon actually slowed down a little bit and continue this path or something, man. This moon shit is crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely on its own type of timing, as they say in the hood. The moon is on its own type of timing. I heard that's the story of the tortoise and the hare is about the sun and the moon.
Facts.
Yeah.
It is, and when I say that to Globers, they act like I'm crazy when I say the sun is, the moon is chasing the sun. They act like I'm saying some foreign thing, or that it's not happening when we can all clearly see them in the sky at the same time. And that shouldn't happen on their model.
Yeah, they definitely have some kind of relationship. We gotta
Shouldn't
watch
happen
them.
at all on the model. And even during the moon phases, like
Did Ant drop out? Oh no, he's still there.
no, it's just his mic is real low.
No,
Hey,
I
fat
thought.
up. Your mic is real low, bro.
Hello?
You was saying something?
Is he there or no?
Nah, Ant, I thought you dropped out because I thought you was saying something and then it got quiet. I thought you dropped out or something. That's what I was saying.
No.
Yeah, everybody's mic is good except Flat Earth Brooklyn. Like his mic is real low, real low.
I've turned him all the way up too.
Yeah, I think it might be his setup because I don't think he got a microphone in his headphones. I think he got a separate mic or something. So
Yeah, because his mic is real low. Like
Is it
real low.
now?
But like I would just like
Yeah,
I would just like to say
Yeah, it should be better now. I had the Bluetooth on. I can't control the volume, so I don't know how to, like, if I should speak when I have it on.
okay, yeah,
And I'm
you
like
sound
normally speak kind of low.
you sound better.
Yeah. I mean, today, man, the only thing I really had to say, man, was the sun and the moon was out in the backyard all day today, bro. Like, that was the craziest. Not crazy because I've seen it before, but for people who doubt that the earth is a flat plane, I say it's too simple. We live downtown. Where I live downtown, where I'm normally am downtown, windy since we were kids. Why is the same blocks windy every day? And that may sound crazy or stupid, but the same blocks are windy all the time. And if we were moving and spinning and doing different things, why is it not different, you know?
can you guys hear me?
yeah,
Okay. All right. Like we've never paid attention to these phenomenons before, so it's all new to us. And I think the more that we pay attention and see them, the less baffling they'll seem to us. It's only new and baffling to us because we weren't paying attention to it in the way that we were before. And I'm pretty sure you guys can remember back at a time where we did see these things, but they weren't important like they are to us. We probably just looked at and be like, oh, that's weird, and just went on innovating than it was when we didn't know that we lived on a flat plane. So I think that, and looking at it, the more it'll become, the time can't cover the entire breadth of the history that it took for the ancients to collect all that information and share it with us. And they still have a hold on that information because I believe that they figured out a lot of it, but they're not going to tell us. And so we're left to figure out all of this all on our on this. We're going to be put in touch with the right people, access to things that we don't, so that they can then you know, contribute to the community in that way. like land surveyors, people that work, you know, in astronomy and stuff
I
like that.
want to reach out to some of the chiefs, the Aboriginal chiefs that look like us, that represent that. I think it's 1824 Webster's Dictionary definition of American, where it says the copper colored people, those guys, because they know a lot about how to tap into your your origins, like your family history, and getting back land and all that kind of good stuff. And I know that that's a part of what we want to do. So, like, say for instance, I got roots in Jamaica. You know, there's ways of like going into paperwork and finding out what's yours. Maybe for some people it might be like a goose chase, but I feel that it can help because for some people it's very tangible. You know, some people already have their own stuff, or they never lost their stuff from slavery days and stuff like that. And the ancients already did this type of mathematics, but those people who came out, they ain't really talking about flat Earth. But if we could connect with them, I think that they would be a good help as well. I don't know what you guys think about that.
I agree with that. I think anytime you can connect with any of the Aboriginals that have ties to that, the stories, whether they're passed down through just conversation or orally, oral tradition, I think that anytime you connect with any Aboriginal people, there's definitely some value in that they can teach you things and lead you down a path that we may not be aware of. So I definitely think that that's something that anybody should look into, to get back in touch with, how things used to be. If you look at all these ancient Aboriginal cultures or whatever, they all have these stories of how they were connected to, the divine spirits or whatever you want to call them, whatever they worshipped, whether they were animals and whatnot. So definitely agree with that. The Aboriginal peoples particularly of America, for the quote unquote copper colored Americans, the originals or whatever. So I definitely think that if you can tap into that, or if you have access to those types of elders, it's definitely something people should look into to make those connections.
Just like Sassy said, you know what I'm saying? The proof is here. It's here within our ancient history. Just like Brother Dre is saying too. Like, these instruments were left here and been here for thousands of years, and they used them to now, even before a compass was even made. They used these things to navigate the world. And it was on a flat model. Like, they never had this thing depicted on a ball. They never used the circumference of the earth or to calculate the curve of an earth or any of these things. They made tools used way before us. And these things were so properly detailed, so well on mark, and able that you can be able to use it to this day. That should tell us something, that these stars have been here for tens of thousands of years to outlast all of these generations of time and still be able to use these instruments to be able to navigate the world. It's literally impossible. And yet and still, people still pass it along as if the heliocentric model is true. And the scientific community has definitely put in place in order to put these that were used and make them seem like they were heliocentric. They weren't. And that's what has confused, us as kids, because I know it confused me as a kid when I seen like they use, the stars to travel, yet we're traveling through that cosmos. How did the people know where they were going 10,000 years ago? The stars would be different now, but yet they're not. So this is like empirical evidence that's here in our faces, man. That we just gotta constantly keep drumming into the, these people who believe. I don't like to call them globers. I just like to call them people who still believe in the heliocentric model, because I just feel like it's starting to turn into almost like a racist game with this ballers, globe earth, glober, flat earth. You're a flathead, flat tard, and all of these damn words, man. I'm talking about the truth. I don't care if the world is round or square or flat or what. It looked like a table, a computer, or whatever it looked like. Truth, man. And so, like, I base myself as a truther, like not a
You just
flat
gave me an
earther
idea.
or
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna
I
post
just
on
take myself
Facebook
and I put
today.
myself as like, man, I'm trying to get to the common knowledge of the truth.
Yeah, I'm gonna post on Facebook. I'm gonna post one of those big colorful posts. I'm gonna say, when did you first learn of a globe? That's gonna be my post and leave it open. I got a couple flat earthers on my page. They always like to engage and stuff.
You know you're going.
You know what I mean? Like,
you know you're going to attract the trolls with that. They're gonna come for you, bro.
no, it's all, but I'm gonna put it out there because it's something that people are like, people who don't believe or doubted, like at least months and months ago. A lot of them that I know, they quiet. They don't say much because I know that they just see too much stuff to continue to believe, the globe. But they just not gonna come out and say stuff because of ego. So I don't really care about no trolls. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I'm gonna put it out there to wake up more people on top of that because I want people to start to think. When did you first think of the globe? Because most people don't trust school. Most people don't trust the government. And when they look around, they're gonna be like, I first learned this shit in school. You know what I'm saying? And for me, I'm passionate about it because I remember being in elementary school when they showed us that challenge and shit, and I cried like a baby. I'm thinking these people was going to the moon. I'm gonna watch this shit here in school. We're gonna be in school. I said, wait a minute. I remember being a kid. I used to be a little smart ass. I remember saying some shit like, I don't know if they're gonna get to the moon. So are we gonna stay here in this gymnasium? We're gonna be sleeping bags, or we gonna have to go home, or we're gonna have to school tomorrow? Because like, what time are they gonna get to the moon? And we're gonna watch this whole shit. And look, they didn't make it. The shit blew up. They had us looking stupid, like little kids crying, and we didn't know no better. And then shit happened, and it's like everything was under question again. You know what I'm saying? But in between that, my mom had died, so I was under questioning everything already because she was only 35. You know what I'm saying? But the 9/11 shit happened, and it's like, okay. And then this recently, a couple years ago or last year, finding out the challenge of people allegedly are still alive and on Facebook. And nobody ever went to the moon. Of course, we understood that and shit like that from other stuff. I'm like, yo, nah, we gotta wake people up. We can't just sit around and act like shit is all good. I don't have children, but if I did, my kids wouldn't be in a regular school at all. You know what I'm saying? If they were, they'd be the kids that would be tipping everybody off to the bullshit. Because I would let them go ahead and do that, but I would school them how to do what's really good. Tell them, go ahead and pass them classes, do that shit, whatever the case may be. This is the real shit at the end of the day. And, you got your little friend, your little circle. Look, y'all can watch these flat earth videos. You know what I'm saying? But school is full of shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's almost like we can't blame them. It's almost like the Bible with the same Satan shit. Because we take our kids and we go to the school, but they have it so that their laws say that we have to do it. But do we choose man law or God law? Feel me? And take God out of everything, so most people don't believe in God no more. And so, you know what I'm saying? So we got a false reality because we got a false reality of what God is, because they make the fucking devil God. You know what I'm saying? Once that's awakened, we that's waking up and seeing what's happening, we just got to keep on going, man.
And that's exactly why I think it's so important to raise the overall consciousness of the masses, because once the consciousness of the masses is elevated, then you'll get that mass ejection from the system, and then other people won't be afraid to keep their kids out of the public school system. People won't be afraid to not pay their taxes. People won't be afraid to tell the government, kiss my black ass or kiss my white ass. I'm not doing what you say. Now, if you got 100 million people on the same page doing that and they crash the system, they can't lock everybody the fuck up, and then it's going to be on and pop, and then we're going to be fighting a spiritual war. So it's either do or die. You either gonna go, pretty much get down with the program and fight the system, or you gonna perish. And like I said, I hate to put it in that fashion, but until the consciousness of everybody elevates to the point where we've had enough, fuck the system, I'm pulling out. And I'm talking about 100 million, 200 million strong, or whatever the case may be. We gonna be sitting around in the circle jerk doing fucking nothing, going nowhere. So until that consciousness on a mass scale is on point, we just pretty much spinning our wheels. This is why I will harp on the mass consciousness elevating to that critical mass point until the cows come home, because to me that's paramount.
I agree.
So all this, what they teach in school, how they manipulated the mind to thinking that this astrology connected to the Greek mythology that has nothing to do with the actual history that came out of the continent of Africa. And then on top of that, they want to take it further and create all these constellations out so far that we couldn't even fathom the thought of getting there. It's just the levels of deception that has been created that I think is the reason why it's so hard to bring, get the people who are all stuck on this globe model out of the globe model, because they have so much that they can reference to thinking that this is their true history and a true account for what we have as empirical evidence that we see, and what our own senses and our own consciousness tells us it is, that, that's the struggle, and like you were saying, Dre, once we raise that level of consciousness, man, and start to make people just think on a logical flat plane instead of a circular ball, then, I think we can have something there, man. It's just, I'm making a video for my YouTube channel for Flat Earth, and everybody can peep it, but I'm picking apart this astronomy book that I used when I was in school, just to let people see, hey, look, you believe in the globe, but look what they're telling you. And doesn't this make sense? How can this be? How can that? All the deception and lies, I'm putting it to the forefront, man, and just to help people out, man, because we have been all taught this crap in school, and now this flat Earth has come to, has evolved. It's like, damn, so it's real. It's a real.
Exactly. And that's that's one of the main things. The more, even though it comes out in small packets, so to speak, the more that we go into these, these social media groups, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, or whatever, and you start putting these things, excuse me, and you start putting these things in the public's eye, whether they actually like it or whether they actually comment on it and all that shit don't matter. People just need to get out of that comfort zone. And, once you start propagating the truth, you can't worry about feeling bad or feeling some kind of way because people think of you differently. To hell with what people think about you. It ain't about what people think about you. I don't give a fuck about what people think about me. I don't care if they think I'm batshit crazy. They can kiss my ass. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna put that truth out there whether they like it or not. But I guarantee you this, at the end of the day, when they read the shit that I put up, regardless of the platform that it is, I bet you their mind is turning and they're thinking about some shit that they never thought about before, and they actually see that, damn, you know what? There's something to this. You know, maybe I should look into it, whether they admit it or not, or whether they're public or vocal about them looking into it. I know a lot of people do. So I think it's very important for people that have, you know, this type of knowledge under their belt. Don't sit on that shit. You got to put it out there. If you got knowledge under your belt and you ain't putting it out there for the public to digest, you just as bad as the motherfuckers that ain't doing nothing, as far as I'm concerned. Because at the end of the day, if you got knowledge and you withholding it, that ain't no different than a motherfucker that's got the knowledge and they using it to harm people. So if you got that knowledge, get up off your, you know, get up off of that bullshit worrying about what people think about you and put that shit out there. Because people need to know. You need to get them people's gears turning to get them to see the deception. Once they start to realize deception, they're going to look into it. Once they look into it, they're going to see the scope of the deception. Once they realize the scope of it, by then it should be a wrap. People need to start learning that shit so they can start ejecting from the system. It's as simple as that.
That's why I say be ready with a plan. And you know, that's kind of like what my focus is going to be, is making sure that we have something in place so that those coming into it, once they realize that truth, they're ready to become a part of that community and not worried about, oh, what's going to happen next. If we provide that avenue for them, it's kind of like how Drew Barrymore's mind was in 50 First Dates. Like, every morning she woke up and they had to retell her the story. And that's kind of how I see people when they wake up out of the matrix. They're like, oh, this is what's happened. This is what happened to me. Except they don't keep going through that. They realize what has happened, and then they're welcomed into the community that's already been built for them to support the new way of living under the truth. And I think that the more people that come together for that purpose, the easier of a transition that we'll have, instead of depending on the current system that we live in that nobody can seem to think that we can find our way out of. That's the one positive thing about flat earthers, is we do have that faith and that hope and the belief and the knowing society that is not bent on a monetary profit. We're slaves to the system. So, you know, I can't wait for that day to occur. You know, are free. All slaves at this point, and I can't wait for the day that we're all free.
You and me both. I wish it was here right now in so many ways, and it can't come soon enough. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I think we discussed a long time ago, man. There's so much riding on the comfort level of the masses to give up and let go and come on over, and they can't get away from that. What's been luring them for these so many years? You go to school, get education, get a good job. You take that out the equation. You take the school out the equation, you know, and then what will you have? Why don't they let certain schools, you know, establish themselves in certain areas? Because they don't want that a different way of lecture to come into the minds of the new people, you know, being born, of the young generation. Instead, they want to establish their schools and keep their curriculum so they can keep pushing out, like, you know, turning people into zombies, man, and believing in everything that they tell them instead of looking for themselves. And then half of the thing that you learn in school, what's the main thing that you don't use when you go out there and get a job? You ain't using science. You're using everything else but science. Only if you're not in the biology profession, the medical field, or a scientist, masses of the world are in some other field. You ain't using that stuff. You ain't going to work every day and say, well, let me get the angle of the star to make sure I'm on the right, you know, parallel to go to, you know, to have the right feeling in my body today, or using, you know, you're not on that type of stuff, you know.
Yes, we need to. Our school systems need to be more like some of these other school systems. I mean, the whole world is being oppressed, obviously, but at least some of these other countries, they actually teach the students how to farm. They actually teach the students business sciences in grammar school. They actually teach some of the kids how to think, as opposed to what to think. It's just that we special in the United States, and we have to really take that in, and realize what it is. We get the worst treatment as far as the systems are concerned because, in a way, we have the most freedoms. Now we have to realize that and use those freedoms that we still do have to our advantage. And too many people are just hell bent on enjoying life or whatever, or indulging in bullshit instead of taking those opportunities and using them to learn the things that they should learn. It's like, and I tell people this a lot, like if you got a cell phone and you got a connection to the internet, basically you in college, and it's just a matter of whether you want to use your phone to learn or do you want to use it strictly for entertainment. And too many people use that shit for entertainment. You literally have the world at your fingertips. You can learn any fucking thing you want to. You don't have to go to school and get no damn degree. You know what I'm saying? You literally have the world's largest university at the fingertips, at your disposal. It's just a matter of how you choose to use it. And too many Americans are just, like I said, they're just too hell bent on using it for some bullshit fuckery. They're not using it to expand their minds. They're using it to fucking make selfies and fuck, bullshit. Like, I don't understand the mentality of the fucking people in this country. And that's what pisses me off the most. You got all this knowledge just right at your fingertips, and motherfuckers want to play Pokemon and look for some fat red thing in the fucking woods. Like, really? Come on, y'all. They got to do better than this, and they just don't want to. I just don't get it. I don't fucking get it.
I think if you topple science, then you will have chaos, because the only thing that will back science up will be math. But math is a definite. The only thing that we have the true fact of that we can use in our life is math. Math is what creates shapes. All right, math doesn't give us, the universe. It doesn't give us. It doesn't build that. When you look at science, how they tell us things from like supernovas, nebulas. Everything that they say out there is relatively a mimic of what we know here as far as a circular object of a sun and a moon. But we don't know that. That's what they're feeding us. A gaseous cloud. What form does a gaseous cloud has? But yet we know how to have a geometrical shape that gives us a tangible representation of something that's true. We can build off of math. You take science out, you topple that, then the world will be in chaos. Because they'll be like, well, what do we believe? Everything that, science has told us. But if you take math, you can go back and build everything. That's a true science. That's true knowledge. And in mathematics extends to everything else. Everything else.
Mathematics is a universal language, and that's absolutely true. Mathematics is definitely a universal language where basically, for the most part, mathematics can explain everything for the most part.
I don't know.
I agree. I ain't good at math though, but I'm not good at algebra and any of that, but I can do the basics.
Yeah, there you go. I don't care for math either, but you know what? I can count some damn money though. I can count from 20s, 40s, 60s.
Oh, for sure.
And in today's society, that's the only math you need, because that's the only math that matters.
Telling you, right? I actually use math in my day-to-day, in my job and everything, because I have to deal with receipts and things like that. So I use it quite a bit more than I like to.
Go ahead, brother.
The science. Think about it. Science uses what math?
Shit, science uses all forms of math. I mean, from basic mathematics to, algebraic equations, fucking trigonometry, calculus,
probability,
all that shit.
So, I mean,
unknown.
Yeah, exactly. And what they call those, what's those
what, a variable?
No, like when you have algebra.
Integers.
Not the the imaginary numbers. Come the fuck on.
To the second quotient or whatever.
Yeah,
like that.
That's
To
some
the
serious
umpteenth
stuff.
power.
Imaginary numbers and logarithmic, equations, and oh man. But if you can't have anything without math, and it goes back to the algebra, the history of algebra and everything to what we have right now. And I think that's why NASA was able to run with it. They're like, we'll just use math to come up with all these, outstanding equations and theories, and have math back it up to try to explain our lie when we can't even go and prove it, because once some of that math is at a higher level, that's most of the people on this earth can't even use it. A lot of people don't like math. There's a certain percentage of people who can actually excel in that, facet of education. But a lot of other people just get at a certain level and be like, I'm done with it because that's all I need, But then you got these, mathematicians and these scientists and these engineers and these physicists and stuff. They use all this high level math, but it'll take a long time for you to go out there and prove it. But at the same time, they out there establishing a lie and keep pushing it and pushing it. You won't have the time to keep up to go and debunk everything that they put out there, which is math based. But science has evolved from math. If you take science out of the equation, it'll be chaos, because then people will be like, all we have is math, and that's all we need to look at, and that's our consciousness. That's the basis of our consciousness is math.
And they literally scare you away from the universal language. Just look at any typical college professor's chalkboard, one equation, and that shit is taking up 2 chalkboards. Man, I see that shit, I'm running like I'm a man. You get yeah, I ain't trying to get the hell out of here. 2 damn chalkboards for one equation. I see that shit, I'm turning around and I'm like, peace, I'm out.
Exactly. But you never know. In the new society that we set up, or community, as I like to say, they could teach us the way to do math easily, because I know that there's some type of special thing that I've seen Indian teachers do, that they can teach math like backwards, forwards, just by using a certain kind of principle that I seen them put in place. And it's just like, dang, if I'd have had that back when I was a student, I might have been able to tackle the things that I thought were going to be too hard for me, just because I didn't really get a lot of the basics of mathematics. I think what threw me off was like decimal points and a percentage of a percentage. That's when they completely lost me. Before then, I had it all down packed. As soon as they started going to percentages and A plus B plus this, I'm like, how do you have something that's not known? So that it just never clicked with me. But I think in our new community, we'll be able to tackle those things, because people teach in different ways, especially when they don't have to worry about performance of like, oh, if I don't do great, then I'm not going to get paid,
I agree with that, especially with the techniques that you were talking about that they use, and it simplifies the math and the ways to solve the equations. But see, now here's the flip side. I don't know if any of you have heard about what's called Common Core. Now, I live in Jersey. Now, they implemented by law this shit that's called Common Core. Now, basically, to sum it up and make it pretty simple for you to understand, and when I say this, I'm not even fucking exaggerating. I am being 100% as literal as I can be. They are literally teaching these fucking kids 2 + 2 = 7, and they actually take you through the steps to figure out how. And they're confusing these kids. The shit it boggles my mind. But the kicker is this Common Core program that's implemented by law. It's actually a system that's devised by Bill Gates. You know what I'm saying? And first of all, Bill Gates and the Melinda, or whatever the hell his wife's name is, the foundation that they run, that's private money. How the hell does private money ever end up developing a test that's implemented by law. That's some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Any two times a private group or private money has that much influence where they can actually implement a test that is unfair from the door, and it's by law. Now, what they do is it's designed for the kids to fail. So it starts in third grade. Now, the third grade test is based on fifth grade knowledge. The fifth grade test is based on seventh grade knowledge. The seventh grade test is based on like ninth grade knowledge. So all these kids fail these tests, and then they put them in remedial classes. And then the remedial classes have to buy software from Bill Gates in order to, address the problems that they have. Now, for instance, I'm gonna give you another example. Excuse me. My oldest daughter, has been on the damn honor roll since she was in like fifth grade. Now, if my daughter that's been on the honor roll since she was in fifth grade, she takes a Common Core test this year and she gets, say, a 97. And then she takes that same Common Core test the following year and she gets a 95. Guess what? She's getting put in a remedial class because she did 2 points lower than the year before, and she's still on the honor roll. How the hell are you going to try to stick a child that's on the honor roll in a fucking remedial class? Where's the logic? But this is how they're actually designing these new curriculums to like fuck these kids' heads up, particularly with mathematics, because they don't want you to understand the mathematics and have just a basic simple 2 + 2 = 4, just like we were all taught. Math was pretty simple. Now the shit is so ridiculous. It's crazy. It just blows my mind that this shit is actually implemented by law. And I just think it's sad, but this is the type of shit that these people do in order to just, basically disenfranchise these kids at such a young age that by the time they become adults, they're so mind fucked, they're easily controlled. And that's what the ultimate goal is for these people. They want to basically screw these kids' minds while they're young and in school so that they're easier to control as adults. So this is one of the reasons why I think, once again, and I'll keep going back to it, that the consciousness as a whole needs to elevate, where masses of people are ejecting from the system, because until that happens, you're still teaching the majority of the populace with this bullshit. And then, you got this, you're back to square one. Now you got a bunch of adults, just like we were, we were taught all this bullshit. And then we finally woke up at 30 or 40 years of age or whatever. It's the same thing, but these kids are going to be far worse because they don't even have the basics to help them out. Now they got this bullshit like Common Core that even takes their mind fucking to the next level. It's crazy.
It is. That's why homeschooling is going to be key. Schooling our children outside of any negative influence that doesn't have their best interests at heart, because they create it as a competition, not as an actual learning experience, because they want you to regurgitate. They want to tell the kids how to think. What to think, but not how to think. And so all they get is tests geared towards making sure that they picked up what it is that they were trying to program them for. Each state itself is invested in their own curriculum. And I don't know any state that you don't go to that you have to pass, like California, stuff about California or Texas. And there's specific tests. I can't even remember what the names of them, but I always thought it was a waste.
Yeah, the California Achievement Test. Then you got the high school aptitude test or the proficiency test, the HSPT. There's all this bullshit. Yeah, that basically more or less in a nutshell, the better you do on the test, and I hate to say it, but the better you do on these tests, the dumber you are, because that just means you're fully indoctrinated and absorbing the bullshit. So if you got a degree, guess what? You was a stupid motherfucker. No, my bad. Let me stop.
But see, being homeschooled is also fundamental for this to go forward. But just think about it. Why don't they let us get our own schools? You know, they want to control that curriculum, and then, you know, if they let you get homeschooled, then they implement by law these new things out here. So when your kid gets out there and tries to take these placement tests and all these high achievement tests and, you know, the SATs and everything, they don't have the same curriculum, or they going to give them the same curriculum at home for homeschool now, you know, to keep from people having the basic knowledge that we've all been given. Why change it up? What's the method to the madness? Why change it up?
And
where are we going with this?
And keep in mind, you know, after 9/11 occurred, when they implemented that so-called what the hell is that called, the Patriot Act or whatever, you know what I'm talking about, where they came up with all these new laws and shit to address or to help protect the U.S. citizen. But if you read through that Patriot Act and you actually interpret it the way that it should be interpreted, they're basically telling you, in a nutshell, if you got a neighbor that homeschools their children, you're supposed to report them because they're considered to be fucking terrorists. I mean, it doesn't specifically say it verbatim in that fashion, but when you actually interpret the language, particularly in a legal fashion, that's exactly what it's fucking telling you. If you got a neighbor that homeschools their child, you're supposed to report them because they consider them to be a fucking terrorist simply because you're not sending them into the public school system, which is
a lady. There's actually a lady because she didn't want to send her child to homeschool. She was schooling them and pulling them out of it, and they charged her like with
probably like child endangerment or some shit.
That, and then truancy and not educating her child when she had followed everything they told her to do. They had arrested this lady and everything. She's actually fighting to get out of that situation. So it's become a legal battle. And the curriculum, when I was looking into it for Flat Earthers, it was mostly a lot of packages and things that we weren't going to be teaching our children. So we really would have to build a curriculum from the ground up that would include cosmology, that would include all the truths, and it would change our history, because we're not going to teach them things that we know to be untrue, or we want the truth to be told about those people that they say, oh, you know, Columbus sailed the ocean in whatever 1490, I don't know what it is anymore, and none of that is true. He actually killed the indigenous people of those lands that he called himself discovering. And so we want to teach our children the truth, and the curriculums they have now just don't do that. And they are criminalizing anything that bucks the system. They're criminalizing because you haven't went through the proper channels to declare yourself sovereign and to create a nation for yourself. And those are the kind of things that I'm looking into now, because we really have to build this community to where they can't turn it into a homeland security threat and come after us in that way. So there are steps that we need to be taking to make sure that we don't wind up as seen as terrorists, or, you know, trying to overthrow the government X, Y, and Z. We don't want to do that. All we want to do is have our own community that is not a part of all the hellishness that's going on. And I think by doing that, more people will come to that, and instead of us trying to say, hey, we're the best option out there, because I think that would turn more people off than it would influence people to wake up to the truth once they get it, you know.
Yeah, because think about it. Think about, like, if you had your own military, right? And you trained them on a specific way of, you know, combat, a specific way of, you know, how to infiltrate a war front, you know. You teach them all that, but you twist that around and you do that as like having your own school, and you society on a whole different level of thinking, a whole different curriculum, a whole different study of knowledge. They would be able to pick the society apart. And I think that's what they fear. They want to control that, you know, because then it's what comes with that. You have protests, you have people standing up, you have petitions, you know, you have people demanding, you have people coming together, you know. They don't want that to happen. They're thinking about that. Trust me, I'm pretty sure they'll sit back thinking, no, we can't have that homeschool. We can't have them erecting their own schools. You know, Puff Daddy tried to build his own school in New York. He tried to get his own school established.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, and let's just say it ain't going to be a transparent process. I can tell you that much. No matter how much money you got, no matter if you Puff Daddy.
I know that what's his name? Gosh, what's that guy in the conscious community? They're harping on him, and I don't really like a lot of them in the conscious community because I think they take in a lot of funds and say that they're going to do X, Y, and Z and haven't produced any fruit in the community. Who's that guy that says he's going to build a school or whatever? That may be the problem and the reason why he hasn't. Umar Johnson. Is that his name? Yeah. That may be the reason why he hasn't moved forward with that. But one of the things that I have against what he says and does is because he's not transparent in what he's doing. And he's a one-man show, which means that he's economically in it for himself and not others. And if you're just making money off the community, you're no help to the community whatsoever. And so I don't want us to become targeted because we're not above the board. I don't know how all of this is going to play out. It depends on, I know that we will be reactionary to whatever it is that they're planning on whatever's coming up because we don't know what it is and we know that they are doing something. Not that we should be paying attention or worried about it, but we need to be aware of that.
It's kind of scary because now we have to sit back and think about the competition we're going to be up against to survive. If the brainwash is still going to be consistent, you know, what are they going to be teaching these kids in school? If they're implementing a curriculum by law now, how the fuck can you get 2 + 2 = 7? What type of shit is Bill Gates on? I don't care. If you know computers like a little bit like I do, it doesn't matter where you go. Computer is based off of binary code as in based off of mathematics that we gave it. It's just a faster processing speed. So where are they going with this shit? You know what I mean? It's crazy. And to hear something like that, I need to read up on that Common Core stuff. I really do. But
bro, when you start looking into that Common Core shit, I'm telling you, it's gonna blow your fucking mind. Like they literally. It's big over here in Jersey too. That Common Core shit. They literally have college professors that are bombing, literally failing 8th grade and 9th grade tests. A college professor failing a fucking 10th or 11th grade exam. This shit is ridiculous, and they expect these kids to pass these tests. But like I said, they're designed to make these kids fail. It's a moneymaker for Bill Gates. And another thing, like, people don't realize Bill Gates is a slimy, sick motherfucker. Like, this dude is actually on video coming out his own face, basically saying how if they do a really good job with vaccines over the next 20 years, they can control the world's population. Like, this motherfucker is a straight devil. You know what I'm saying? On so many levels. I don't give a fuck what it is. If Bill Gates' name is attached to it, it's all about, I don't want to say genocide. I'm going to say it's just all about death, period, because he don't give a fuck whether you black, white, orange, yellow, sky blue, or pink polka dots. They trying to kill motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Bottom line, and Common Core is one of those tools that they use in order to dumb people down, you know, to make them basically vulnerable, to make them sheep, prey, whatever the case may be. Whether that body is there to feed the medical industry or to feed the fucking prison industry, whatever the case may be, the shit, anything that this man is attached to is straight evil. But Common Core is a motherfucker, man. I'm telling you, when you start looking at that shit, it's gonna make you fucking sick to your stomach.
These Bill Gates is all of them to me are absolutely the evils of all humanity. How can you make millions of dollars a day, give away so much money, but we still have such an issue with the government and whatnot? I don't care what people say. Oh, maybe they'll threaten them and kill them. No, selling your soul to the devil is not an option. I would rather be dead than to sell my soul to the quote unquote devil. You have to take a stand for humanity, and that man gives away money just so he's not paying taxes on it. He could actually solve so many world hunger problems or whatever, and so could a lot of these other millionaires and elites and billionaires, but they all are in this for themselves, obviously, because they have done nothing but find other ways to make society dependent on the technologies and things that they have implemented. And I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they could go and disappear for forever, because they're not doing what's best for all of humanity. And it's everything they're doing, I'm pretty sure they think they're doing a great job because it's based off of the system. But at some point, the system that was set up was destroyed by greed, and the checks and balances are so off scale that they have no judgment when it comes to right and wrong anymore. They just feel that, okay, we've got all the power and we're going to do whatever we want. And this has led to the demise of humanity as a whole. And they don't want to answer to us for that. And there comes a point where we have to take that stand doing to the future generations. When are people going to be tired of the hook? It's just like with the theater mass murderers. Did they even make a move to change legislation or anything to do with guns? If they're so bad for society, why do these things keep happening, and why do they allow it? As far as I'm concerned, they are do not deserve to be in charge of anything, and we shouldn't be looking to them for anything. We should be making our own way, because they've proven to us that they don't have anybody's interest at heart except for their own.
Straight
facts.
facts.
You, sis. I agree with you. They had to follow up on that. Like, they had the Planned Parenthood people walking through the neighborhoods trying to get you to sign up for them now and stuff like that. And you know, as soon as you get ready to say something, like, I'm like, who are you? Like, who you here representing? Like, the girl said Planned Parenthood. I said Planned Parenthood. Like, soon as I said that, it's like, okay, nice, have a great day. Like, they already know. They don't want you to say a word about them. And they fool you. They know it. They know that that shit is some bullshit.
Yeah, they definitely out to get us. They definitely out to get us. And I think one of the things that also drives that home, and they actually put it in the public's face more or less to see, is like with them Georgia Guidestones. They telling you right out there, flat in the open, that they basically want to kill off a portion of the population and maintain it at a certain level, because in their mind that's ideal for you know, humans to live in harmony with nature. Well, that's bullshit. If these motherfuckers would just stop doing the sadistic shit they do, we could live in harmony. But they don't want that. They just want to control people. The only difference is now they just want less people to control, because it's starting to get out of hand. It's harder to control all of us, because now we like baby kids. We multiplying like a motherfucker and waking up at the same time. So, you know, but they tell you all this shit between the vaccines, the food, the chemtrailing, you know, the GMOs, the water, every aspect of life. These people are attacking human health. You know what I'm saying? So if people, this is what boggles my mind. Like, so many people know this shit, but still they just refuse to, you know, do whatever they can to eject from the system, and they just keep feeding the system. It's kind of like, you know, it's like Bart Simpson sticking the damn fork in the outlet. You dumbass, if you keep getting fucking shot, why you keep sticking the damn fork in the outlet? You know, at some point in time, you got to realize that the shit is fucking harmful. And if they know all this stuff, why is it so far-fetched and so hard for them to realize, you know, whether it's the flat earth truth or all the different facets that come along with it that they just don't fucking grasp. It just boggles my mind. Like, how fucking stupid can people be?
One thing that
you were there once. I was there. I remember one time this guy said to me, "You think that the sun is basically about the revolution of the moon and the sun?" And I was like, "This guy's fucking retarded. How is he talking about the sun is going around the earth?" Like, you know what I'm saying? And I literally was calling people on the phone and saying to them, like, I had an argument with this kid. I'm like, he's a smart kid. And how the hell could he be saying that shit? Like, and I'm using what they call acquiescence bias when I'm asking the questions to people. And even when some people are telling me that they agree with him, I'm trying to get them to disagree with me because I'm believing that he's wrong, not really even knowing because of what I was indoctrinated with. So people, you know, it's possible. We just gotta, you know, try to peel back the layers from, you know, pull back the wall off from people's eyes and stuff, you know.
That's the scary part about it, though. The damn wool has been pulled back, and motherfuckers see the skin of the sheep or whatever, and they still just don't. You know, it's like how much more truth has to be revealed in order to get, you know, to light a fire under people's ass. It's just like it almost seems like the more truth is revealed to some people, the more they retreat and go into that quote unquote safe place where it's just like, oh, if I don't look at it, it's not there. Well, yeah, motherfucker, it is there. Whether you look at it or not, it don't matter. It's there. You got to face it sooner or later. Then it's like, you know, they just got the mentality that, oh, somebody else will deal with it. Or by the time, you know, it gets real bad, I won't be here. I won't have to deal with it. And you know, I did date people, and I hate to be this type of person and think this way, but they the type of motherfuckers that, you know, when they ass reincarnates or whatever you want to call it, they need to come back as a roach so you can just stomp that ass out of existence.
So, all right. So, question for you guys on the panel, Sister Sassy, everybody, about this eclipse that's happening. What's wrong with the picture? What's supposed to happen? Is this gonna help this cause that we are propagating to the people? What's gonna happen with that? I mean, basically, should it go down how they say it's going down, with them saying that, oh, the shadow is going to be coming from the wrong way and we don't know why, and you know, and that we're supposed to see more moon, more sun, than we're supposed to see, and all of that stuff. Like, so what are they actually, you know, what's actually being revealed right now?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you
Can
now.
hear you now.
Oh, okay. I'm not really sure exactly what is different other than it coming from the opposite side and also the shadow coming. That's the lunar eclipse. The solar eclipse, I don't know exactly what it is. Maybe somebody else knows, but I can only go by what it says in the almanac. So let me look at that while maybe Dre or somebody else who knows gets on it.
To me personally, I think, you know, and I'm going strictly by from what I understand or know from the ancient cosmologies or the Vedic cosmologies when they talk about Rahu and Ketu. I don't believe it's the moon that's passing in front of the sun, and the reason why I say that is because there are documented accounts where during a solar eclipse they say it's the moon that's passing between the earth and the sun, which causes the eclipse. But yet during you know, a handful of eclipses or whatever, you could actually see a solar eclipse. You could actually see the moon off to the side or whatever, and the solar eclipse is still taking place. So it can't be the moon that's blocking the sunlight because the moon is still visible during the eclipse. For one, that's one reason. Another reason, like I was saying earlier, you know, if you look up at the moon during the day, you can see the blue sky through the moon, you know, where the craters, they appear the same color as the sky behind it. And then when it turns night, the same dark sky that you see around the moon is present through the moon. So if that's the case, and this moon is not a physical object, obviously, if we can see through it, according to the color of the background, how come we don't see that orange, yellowish color of the sun shining through it? You know what I'm saying? So that, to me, that says that it's a different body or a different object that's overtaking the sun. And then, like, you know, another reason, like when you look you look at these flat Earth models where they'll have the sun, they'll have the moon, and then they have another dark body that's rotating around with with the other whatever's up there. So to me, that kind of ties back into the Vedic cosmology of Rahu and Ketu, where these people over in the East or whatever, they still, they still acknowledge and celebrate this, or whatever you want to call it, when it comes out and it happens. It's supposed to be, Rahu's eating the sun. And then they come out and they bang their pots and pans and shit and make all this noise. And I guess a ritual to try and scare Rahu away. And then obviously when that body exits on the other side, that's the equivalent of Ratu, or Rahu's running away. He's no longer eating the sun. You know what I'm saying? So when you start looking into these Vedic cosmologies and things from the ancients, they actually have an explanation. It's just a matter of whether people actually buy into it or not. Even over in the Middle East, some of these people over in the Middle East actually, have this same type of cosmology where it might not be called Rahu and Ketu per se, but they still don't call it or react to it as if it's a traditional solar eclipse like we understand it to be, with the moon taking over the sun. So it's it's a combination of those types of things. I just don't think that it's the moon that's passing in front of the sun. I think that's some hot doo-doo.
My question is, how can they already predict a path of who is going to be able to see it versus others, when it's above us all? Even though at a certain time every day, everybody in the whole nation can see the sun in the sky.
This is what the almanac says. I'm going to read you the top one, and then I'm going to read what it says about the eclipse that's coming up. It says there will be 4 eclipses in 2017, 2 of the sun and 2 of the moon. Solar eclipses are visible only in certain areas and require eye protection to be viewed safely. Lunar eclipses are technically visible from the entire night side of Earth. And during a penumbral eclipse, the dimming of the moon's illumination is slight. See the astronomical glossary on page 126 for explanations of different types of eclipses. Now, on April 7th, partial eclipse of the moon. This eclipse will not be visible from North America, but can be seen from the Western Pacific Ocean, Oceania, Australia, New Zealand, Asia, Africa, Europe, and the easternmost tip of South America. Now, do that make sense at all? That on the one side of the Earth, we should be, pretty much from the whole entire Earth, at the same time, we should see the eclipse in these areas. Isn't Europe and all of that on the opposite side from what we're facing? And so is Africa, because Africa is supposedly lower than Europe.
Right. This shit don't make no sense. It just doesn't make no sense. But most people, including myself, we don't take and get into those almanacs and actually read that stuff and try to understand it. We just take and we view these phenomena when they happen or whatever, if we can actually view them. And then it's just like, oh, okay, well, and then we kind of say to ourselves subconsciously, I guess, that, we're not smart enough to understand how these processes work, so people don't really pay attention to them. They just enjoy the festivities, if you will, and then when it passes, they go on about their lives. They don't try to understand the systems. But the thing that we all need to do is we need to go back and learn and study these ancient cosmologies where they had explanations, whether it's in the form of a folklore or actual scientific data, to understand these things. And one of the things, like, I don't understand what causes the lunar eclipse. You know, what the hell's blotting out the damn moon? Because it sure as hell ain't the sun. You know what I'm saying? So that just tells me that obviously there is some sort of a body of some sort that's up there circulating around in you know, in its circuit or whatever, that we don't see until it passes in front of the moon. You know what I mean? And it just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know.
So when they talk about it's going to be unpredictable cloudiness on this day, I think Dredd was talking about that.
Yeah, Dredd pulled up a chart. Dredd pulled up a chart, and it said historical cloudiness for August 21st. And the shit it was bonkers, because as soon as you got to what they're calling the prime viewing spots, which are on the East Coast, like around Tennessee, there's like 2 prime viewing spots. Historically, now all of a sudden, this whole East Coast is like completely covered in fucking clouds. You know what I'm saying? It is like, really? Since I've never seen a historically cloudiness chart in my life. I didn't even know some shit like that existed. Like, who the hell was keeping tabs on the fucking clouds on August 21st throughout the past 100 or thousands of years? Like, who the fuck does that? Wow.
Well, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure they're going to be flights on the 21st. You know what I mean? They can't totally block this vision, man.
Well, I mean, they sure as hell probably going to try. Between, like I said, all the chemtrails. You know, with the chemtrails, they might come out like, what's August 21st? What day? I don't know what day it is, but say if it's a Wednesday, you know what I'm saying? Sunday might be sunny as hell. Monday will be partially cloudy. Tuesday will be cloudy as fuck. Wednesday will be cloudy as fuck. You won't see, you know what I'm saying? So it's like they'll start fucking up the skies 2 and 3 days before the eclipse even occurs, you know, with the chemtrails and shit. Because from what I understand, the way that these chemtrails work, they spray them, and then as they float up in the atmosphere or whatever, and they come into contact with those the rays of the sun or whatever, somehow it interacts with whatever the compounds and the chemtrails are, and it makes it blow up. Basically, it expands, and the longer that it's sitting up in the sky, basically it's like a damn marshmallow or something, and it just keeps expanding and expanding. So, like I said, 2 and 3 days before the eclipse even comes, like you might see nice sunny skies, and then you'll see some chemtrails. And then the 2 days leading up to it, I can almost guarantee you it's going to be cloudy as fuck, if not raining, because they ain't going to want people to view this shit. So, I mean, I think they definitely have the technology between the chemtrails and HARP or whatever else they choose to manipulate the atmosphere. I definitely think that they have the capabilities to blot it out. Not only that, but then, you know, when you start taking into consideration all these other things that they have patents on, like artificial suns and all this bullshit, for all we know, we might not even be viewing the real deal. You know what I'm saying? So you can never really be 100% certain that what we're seeing in the sky is even real. Like I mentioned the other day about the Obayashi Corporation and the Aliyah Corporation, where these 2 agencies over in Japan, they can literally produce any type of phenomena in the sky that you want. For the most part, if you want a meteor shower, they can do that as long as you got the money. If you want a damn sun, they can do that if you got the money. If you want to see Saturn over top of your backyard and you got the money, they can do that. So, you know, so we almost can't even really put our stock into what we see in our daily sky, because who's to say that shit is even real? NASA has a patent for an artificial sun. You know what I'm saying? They float this motherfucker up in the air with a balloon that they say is like the size of a football field, you don't even know if what you're seeing is real. When these people see the so-called second sun in the sky, it could be there, but it could be artificial. So we really don't know. You know what I'm saying? So that's where all these experiments with the balloons, the high altitude balloons and stuff, they're real important, because those types of things are going to be our eyes in the sky, so to speak. But I definitely think that they're going to do some weather shit and get it popping for the eclipse, though.
I just want to know, like, why go through the effort? Like, what is it that's so detrimental to them that they must go through all lengths to block it from us? You know, like, there has to be something. If the average person can't wake up and see that there's the deliberate deception and deprive people of what they rightfully should know, there has to be a question there. You have to wonder why there's so much effort going on to block a solar eclipse. Like, come on, like, we've had these in the past. You know, like, what's the big deal now? You know, more people waking up, more people it's the information age, man. I'm telling you, information age is the threat. But then, like you say, you got these things like these Common Core coming out to keep people dumb, to slow the rate down of people getting out there establishing their own, you know, to be smart enough to challenge the powers that be or whatever. You know what I mean? If you slow the pace down of the threat, then you can that's more time you have on your hands to keep staying 10 steps, 20 steps ahead of the population. You know, because I damn sure, like, man, if we would have knew that they were going through all this to block out the eclipse, heck, somebody in the flat earth community, a couple people could have booked a quick plane flight and be like, all right, if you're gonna bomb the sky with clouds, we'll just go above the clouds and we'll just make sure we have something to videotape and see what's really real. You know, like, that's too easy.
Yep. Well, guys, I hate to break up our beautiful little stream here, but it's getting late and I have a long day ahead of me. And we've been streaming for like 6 hours, I think. And the max you can stream with Google Hangouts is like 8 hours. And I don't want to go past that time limit. It's been a good one, you know. It's been a great discussion, and I can't wait to continue that. I think Dred said he's probably going to be streaming later, so you guys will want to tune in for that. And sometime this week, I will also be streaming. I'm not sure exactly what day, because at my job, we're coming up on survey, and I have a lot of prepping that I have to get done and do. So I don't want to give a day and then I don't do it or whatever, and have you guys looking forward to that. But sometime this week I will be streaming again through my OBS system. Thank everybody that came out, and I hope that you guys will join us in the future, and look forward to more interviews that I'll be having. In August, I will be meeting up with the dark skin activist who you guys saw on Brother Sanchez's show. So we will be doing a debate, her and I together, and alcoholic. Also, we'll be doing a all live stream on Dred's channel or my channel. And we also have some things to look forward to. A lot of other brothers and sisters channels. So we're those, and so look for those to be getting the stream after we get off with some of the links that you'll need to the other channels, as well as the GoFundMe account. For that GoFundMe account, you can use that now for donations towards what we're trying to do with getting our own community started. And if you need more information on that, don't hesitate to email me, and I will answer you back as soon as possible. If you guys want to go ahead and shout out your channels and let everybody know about yourselves before we go, that'd be great.
I mean, I guess I'll go because I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go to work in the morning. I'm still in the system. Just real quick, just mad respect for everybody, particularly the mod squad, because y'all stay holding it down. Excuse me. Matt, like I said, mad respect for the mod squad. Everybody in the chat, love y'all. Y'all hold it down, and we get it popping. We busting them trolls in their ass. We gonna keep doing that. Mad respect for Sister Sassy for the platform and the information. I still think you should run for president, even though it's not somewhere you belong, but just your mentality and your thought process and your realness is something that this world, let alone this country, is lacking severely. So mad respect for you, Fam G, Flat Earth, Brooklyn. Mad respect to both of y'all brothers, and I'll catch y'all on the flip side. I don't really have a channel. I do have a YouTube account, and it has videos, so if you want to, you can go check that out. But I will tell y'all this though, I get it in on Facebook. I ain't really been cutting it up too much lately, but y'all can find me, Andre Fisher. If you're interested, you can check me out on Facebook. My motherfucking Facebook katana sharp as hell, so that's pretty much where I get it in. But other than that, I just want to say mad peace, love, and respect to each and every one of you. Keep your head up, keep fighting a good fight, and I'll catch you on your flip side.
Peace, brother.
Indeed, peace.
I just want to say, Sassy, thanks for having me on the panel. I enjoy hearing you talk. I just love how we come together as a community, because I think we are all actually evolving as a telepathic family, because we can read each other's minds, and we want to say the same things, and this is a great thing, and I love to get on these channels to debate, and to teach and learn, and I look forward to the next one. I got you subscribed and notified, so I knew you was on. I was just tied up for a little bit, but I want to say peace to all the mod squads, the people in the chat, people on the panel, and my YouTube channel is basically just a music channel, but it's shortly going to convert to a music and Flat Earth channel. So I'm going to put it in the chat. Y'all are more than welcome to subscribe, pick me up anytime. And just want to say much love and peace. And we will be there for the eclipse. So keep your head up. Much love.
That's what's up. Thank you so much for supporting me and coming out. And I can't wait to get on and collab with you in the future. I sing a little bit, I can provide a hook or two.
No doubt, no doubt. we gotta build our own community, so it's a good time to do it.
I'm glad y'all into music. I had publishing and stuff, so I do get music published and stuff like that. I've been involved in music for years, stuff like that. My real name is Ken Beckford. Y'all can find me on Facebook. I'm into like home business and online marketing, stuff like that, helping people take their brands and really get them in front of the people that they want to get them in front of and shit like that. Like, that's my focus. So like, anything you're doing in that regard, if y'all want free stuff, like holler at me. I'm on Facebook talking about everything Flat Earth, entrepreneurism, because I feel like we gotta get money, have money to do the things we gotta do. Like there's a book by a dude named Wallace D. Wattles called The Science of Getting Rich, written many, many years ago. And early in the book, it says, this is written for the men that want to philosophize or, do good things in the world. But his main need is for money. His personal need is for money. And it tells you that you got to get to that bag. So we can come together, pool our resources, put our talents together. We got different skills, different talents. We got to get them in front of the people that see value in that, and put that to them, and use these mediums to do that. Sprinkle our truth in there, let them see what's really going on, and do what we got to do and create our communities, y'all. So thank you, Sassy, for having this platform. Let's just keep rocking it.
For sure, no doubt. Thank you for coming up, and I look forward to having you on the panel here in the future. We got a lot of work to do, so as many hands as possible. Hey, we need everybody in their talents. It's no one person that is a part of this Flat Earth Truth movement. That, you know, you're in the wrong place, but we'll get you straight real quick. Shout out to the mod squad, man. Y'all held it down early on. I seen that troll A4 up in there trying to disrupt and be a naysayer. Everybody knows that's not gonna fly on the Flat Earth Community channel. Good looking out, good keeping it kosher up in here. You know, I like to run a clean show, and for this to be really a community that all ages can come and get information and enjoy and rally around. So thank you guys for all your support and coming out. Thank you to all my subs and all my new supporters and subscribers. You guys are what really I do this for and am fighting for day in and day out, here and behind the scenes, because you inspire me every day just by walking in the truth, knowing the truth, and spreading the truth. So much love to you all. Y'all have a wonderful night. Kiss your family and friends, and don't forget to tell other people about the flat earth and share that truth. And I'll catch you guys soon. Have a great night, all.
Night, night. Take care.
Good night.